Bienvenidos sean todos, 8 de la mañana, 10 minutos.
Good morning, everybody. We are at 10 past the hour. Welcome to the second day of the fifth annual seminar on forest cover in Colombia. We thank everyone who is joining us this morning. Thank you for being with us. We will begin at 11 past the hour during the second day in which we will be talking about science and knowledge with people who are with us from Colombia and all over the world. Please do be reminded that this transmission this morning is available in English. So, yesterday we talked about the experiences on monitoring forests and carbon. We talked about conservation initiatives that are being led by different communities across the country. Today, we're talking about the National Forest Inventory in Colombia, which began back in 2015 and which has made some strides. We will see how far we've come along and where we're going. We will first hear from Claudia Patricia Olarte. She is a professional who specializes on issues related to forest cover and inventory from IDEAM. So first, Claudia Patricia, good morning and thank you for being with us this morning. Claudia speaking. Hello, Juan Pablo. It's nice to greet you. Claudia, the floor is yours. Claudia speaking. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure on behalf of IDEAM to welcome you all this morning and to talk to you about the governing framework for the implementation of the National Forest Inventory. As Juan Pablo mentioned earlier, this document was first implemented back in 2015, and we have been working on the process started working on it since 2007. So this framework collects all the experience, not just from a technical perspective at the Institute, but also with the support of professionals and specialists from other institutions, as well as communities that work with us, and several technical experts and professionals who have served this purpose, both for implementation means and ends and others. On behalf of the director, I want to thank all of them. I cannot mention all of them right now because it's more than 50 people that have partaken in this endeavor. But I will be presenting today the document that collects the methodology and technical guidelines. So I'm going to be presenting what the governing document is for the inventory, what it contains, its goals and objectives, its scope, its structure, and as Juan Pablo mentioned and the director mentioned just yesterday, the basis and the preliminary results that we will be showing. So in essence, this document for the implementation of our national forest inventory is basically a set of guidelines from several perspectives: political, institutional, technical, and so on and so forth. It's, so to speak, a dream come true for the country. This will be a point of reference so that we may coordinate our efforts for the forest inventory, not just within the Institute, but everyone who participates in this endeavor. This is based on Resolution 286 from 2006, within the framework of Decree 1655 from 2017. I will talk to you a bit about this decree in a while, but again, what this document seeks is to comply with these two regulations that I have just mentioned, the decree and the resolution. This is all based on specifically two working documents. Again, this process didn't begin in 2015. There was some previous work starting back in 2006 and 2007 with the Statistics Office DANE, as well as the Ministry of the Environment and some regional autonomous corporations, which helped us think about the concept of this inventory. We issued a first volume or draft in 2009, and after some work with ONF Andina, we produced the document a few years later, which was not published, but the governing document that I am talking about in this presentation is also based in part on this document that wasn't published initially. So, what are the goals of the document? Basically, to structure a reference or benchmark for the implementation of the National Forest Inventory, not just from a technical aspect, but also a political aspect. How to measure the inventory, what instruments to use. And the objective also is to provide a series of manuals that will allow us to roll out the inventory and further on replicate the inventory and also run assessments. Scope. As I said, the document has a background, has the legal context that I have described, the technical principles, especially from a statistical design perspective and georeferencing perspective. It also talks about quality control, cost structure, and very importantly, it talks about the financial strategy. The financial strategy enables us not just to guarantee that we can carry on this work, but also it guarantees future implementation cycles. This financial structure also presents products, results, and services offered by the inventory because it's not just about building the inventory alone, but it's about building tools that will afford services rendered by the inventory for research purposes and others. This document is published on IDEAM's webpage, and now I'm going to present the structure. Now, first, let's talk about the context, the regulatory context of the inventory. It begins with the Constitution, where the Constitution talks about forest management and planning, as well as natural resource planning and management, and how the state is in charge of such planning. And in doing so, how the state needs to produce strategies and guidelines to know what it has at hand and how it's going to use it. Based on that policy, a number of laws were issued. First, Law 99 from 1993, which enshrines a number of guidelines for the environmental sector and creates a number of institutes, amongst them IDEAM, the institute where I work, where our mission is to run the forest monitoring initiatives in the country. We basically picked up the functions that were headed by the no longer existing INDERENA. So in 1994, we started our work. So again, as I was saying, our first roadmap is the Constitution, as it awards us our mission for forest monitoring. In addition to this context, and this is something that has been mentioned by the director and several of my colleagues, about 52% of our territory nationwide is made up of forests. And we need to know what exists in those forests, biodiversity-wise and others. We know that forests are also the home to several communities, and this was mentioned by my colleagues from the monitoring system who spoke yesterday. The communities, therefore, are a part of the caring efforts, and they need to be brought into the effort. Indigenous communities, Black communities, campesino communities, as well as protected areas. They are all important actors in the context of the National Forest Inventory. Oftentimes, we don't even know the scientific names for many of the trees in our forests. We don't, but the communities do, and therefore, and for many other reasons, we need to work with them. That is how we started working with the communities in the development of what I have described so far. As I was saying, the governing document collects the regulatory background and technical background. The first process that talked about inventory goes back to 1919. Back when there was a law which pointed out that the country had to start to know its forests and therefore had to run an inventory. That's the first time we heard the word forest inventory. It was not, however, until 1959, through Law Number 2, that this entire effort was reorganized, whereby the different areas were split up into 7 different sub areas. Now, starting that year, or after that year, truly nothing additional was done except for issuing law number 2. It wasn't until 1961 where different forest engineering abilities uh, started to be implemented in the country. Thanks to this effort, we had a number of tools that started to allow us to increase our knowledge of our natural forests. Notwithstanding, it wasn't until 1996 when we revisited the importance of running a forest inventory. Through document 2834, which highlighted the importance of running such inventory. Now, this document did contain a number of strategies. Again, the guidelines were there, but truly no resources were earmarked to actually implement any of the tools. So again, in 2006, there was a forest law, which nonetheless was declared not viable. And the law, nonetheless, spoke more specifically to the need, again, of a national forest inventory. It was important because even though it was repealed, it created a number of forest groups at the ministry level, at IDEAM's level, and it also designed a number of programs like the IDEAM's monitoring program for forests, thanks to which we started to build initial statistics. Based on the program, IDEAM specifically began its work in 2007, work related to establishing guidelines for the inventory, what research questions could we pose. And starting 2008, we started to collect forest inventories across the country, nearly 4,000 inventories, which led to two things. One, most inventories were for forest usage, different lot sizes, and the like. The parcels weren't couldn't be used, but yet this allowed for statistical analysis with a Monte Carlo model to understand the sizes and shapes of many of these plots. So that's how we started to design the inventory. hand in hand with DANE and the Ministry of the Environment. 3 pilots were run that year. 3 different parcels or plots were established. They were more or less zero point 0.5 hectares in size. Those are first plots. The difference now, and we will see this, the parcels or plots now are round, and back then our aim was to be able to have an inventory after a year's time of work. Since we were being quite ambitious, we started to work with the United States Forest Service in 2014. They supported us greatly in reviewing our methodologies, our processes, our design, which were revisited in 2016. We will be showing you this design. So starting 2015, we started to implement the inventory. Another important milestone back in 2007 was, or pardon, 2017 was Decree 1655, which created the SNIF, IFN, and SMBYC. These are basically monitoring systems for monitoring, verification, and consolidation of everything that has to do with forest monitoring. As I mentioned earlier, this is how IDEAM started to lay the groundwork for the National Forest Monitoring System to comply with all of the guidelines that I have described as a result of our own internal regulations and international agreements that the country has entered into. This monitoring and inventory has to do not just with understanding what is available, but how we can better take advantage of those resources. This including the carbon monitoring tool. In addition to this, we created a new tool, the GHG inventory, which collects information based on monitoring initiatives to produce a GHG report. In addition to all of this, and in a cross-cutting fashion, we have at the Institute been working on what we call consolidation of statistical operations in order to get a forest certification. This within the National Statistical System headed by DANE, our statistics office. And this allows to produce a set of documents that proves that the information we're producing is trustworthy and transparent and can be used officially. This is basically what we have been working on. As for the design concept, we have been collecting, again, all of these processes, all of this work with different institutions, as a result of which a number of guidelines were produced. Such guidelines are enshrined in the governing document. And so the national inventory is basically a statistical operation that registers different variables related to surface, composition, diversity, amongst others, in relation to natural forests in Colombia. Towards what end? Towards producing trustworthy information that may allow us to leverage all management processes and proper resource usage so that the Ministry of the Environment and other institutions can base their decisions on trustworthy information. So what are the objectives of the inventory? This is contained in Decree 1655 from 2017, basically to provide periodical information Someone asked us when we would finish running the inventory. The first cycle will come to its end in 2022, but then there will be ensuing cycles. Decree 1655 sets forth that the inventory needs to be run periodically every 5 years, according to the different progress measured and made every year starting the baseline. It will collect methodologies and tools to collect information regarding forest cover and natural forests. And also the inventory will provide tools for proper forest management. And these tools are already being used by some regional entities. The inventory will provide also continuous and consistent information and will promote conservation of our natural heritage. The processes will help regional corporations to, this is not being done yet, but into the future will help define the quotas or allotments. And as I was saying, this will allow us to consolidate what we call the national monitoring system. So what is the scope of the statistical work done here? Basically, the inventory collects not just the framework climate change conventions, but it also collects the guidelines set forth by DANE. What are those guidelines? That the statistic operation is clear, transparent, that the work is complete, as I was saying, not just for one period, but after several ensuing cycles.
Es que sea innovadora.
We want this for it to be innovative because we need to continue coordinating, as the director said, with the monitoring system in order to work hand in hand with them and validate the statistics that the monitoring system are producing. It also has to be able to be compared to data from other research projects, and it needs to be available to the public so that everyone has access to it. Which means that we have to build around standard concepts and methodologies that allow for statistical coherence. And it has to be continuous, which is to say we're not going to stop doing this. It has to be a mission not just of the IDEAM, but of the entire environmental sector. What are the components of design? Well, it's basically set up by a geostatistical model, certain research tools, which are the manuals, the capture formats, a design for the system of data capture. Right now we're working with the open forest tool, but in the future we are going to, in the short-term future, we will produce a platform that will collect all the data. We're going to have some tech updates. In fact, we're already working on mobile data capture devices so that we can process the data more quickly, so that it reaches our institute sooner and we can produce the information quicker. Then there are some information access methods, which is what's going to be available to the public, and some results. And behind that, we have designed an institutional and financial strategy. We had to run a series of pilot tests in order to be able to work not just on the technical aspects, but also on logistics. What are the statistical elements of the design? Basically, we work with the study universe. Statistics are our central tool when it comes to building the national forest inventory. We're going to map the entire continental surface of the country. The subpopulations are basically natural forest, non-forest, and forests without information. We're going to be exploring the 5 natural regions of the country: the Andes, the Caribbean, the Pacific Coast, the Orinoco River Basin, and the Amazon. This comprises 3,535 square meters. Well, that will be our sample. Each of the subparcels are made up of 15 square meters arranged in a cross with a distance of 30 meters between the centers. And there are 4 types of units. Recently sprouted trees, small trees, or bushes, larger bushes, and the biggest trees. After having sampled some 42% of our data points, we are measuring only 3 categories, the 3 larger ones. How did we do the design work? As I said, the central pillar for us is statistics. And so we did a series of statistical analyses, the number of inventories. We studied all of the ones that existed already in the country, and we determined that the statistical design based on a sample, a probabilistic sample. Why is it a sample? Well, because it's not a census. We're going to be compiling a sample that is statistically representative of the surface of the country. And based on that, we will do an analysis. It's probabilistic because the units that we are sampling have higher probability of being selected. Our baseline is the forest map in the country. There we determine the scope of the study, but then we do a post-stratification based on 2 criteria: the natural region and whether it's a forest or not, which is to say, if we had originally defined a category as forests, and when we collect samples, we realize that it's not forest, but something else, then there's a post-stratification. And as we said in our work unit, there's a conglomerate made up of 5 subparcels, because we are determining that there is a random probability in each of the conglomerates of being selected in the territory. Based on these statistical elements, then, we started working on what would be the best sample size for everything that we required. How would we determine the sample size? Well, we played with many different sizes. Well, we decided that at the national level, the sample error was 5%, which is rather strict, and with a probability of 95%. That sample error, with the volume variable, which was our analysis variable, we determined that we needed 1,479 conglomerates or groups of parcels. Each of those are classified at the level of natural region in order to organize our operations. So that we can organize the number of trips that need to be made. And we determined those sizes proportionally according to the area of each of the regions. So for the Amazon region, there are 595 samples. For the Andes, 379. For Orinoquia, 218. For the Pacific, 87. For a total of 1,479 conglomerates or sampling areas. And by the end of 2022, all of this work ought to be completed. In order to do this work, we began by defining the geostatistical frame, which is a framework to identify where I'm going to go to take the sample, how I'm going to get to those forests. In order to build this, we worked with the IDEAM cartographic indices, and we built a grid of equidistances. We worked with the US Forest Service on this, and with ArcGIS, ArcGIS, we finally developed a grid that would allow us to determine which were those 1,497 conglomerates that had to be measured. which was a grid of 24 by 24. We had already done this exercise for the parcels that we had determined before 2015, and we had grids that were 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Now we're working on 24 by 24, and this has been defined all around the country. And within that grid, we subdivided those into 12 by 12, 6 by 6, and 3 by 3, which is to say we will have alignment around this to be able to conduct other exercises at higher resolutions, but with the same statistical design so that all the information is coherent. These grids at the Institute have allowed us to develop forestry plans with the various regional environmental authorities, and this allows us to do comparative information analysis. Having established the scope of the study and developed the grid, we began to codify the grid. Each of the little squares that you see here is codified. And we began to define all the random points in each segment of the grid. This was done with the software ArcGIS. And if you want to go deeper into the statistical design, this is posted on our website. You can see the various methodological methods that we used. As I said then, based on all this work, we defined something else. Here's the summary of what we've been working on. A probabilistic, simple, random, post-stratified method of circular parcels in grids of 24 by 24 kilometers and a subgrid of 12 by 12. And within that, we defined the 1,475 conglomerates, which is the size of the sample that we're going to be measuring. So we started with a map, with the forest, no forest map. And based on that, we're working on the various strata. These are essentially the parameters of our work. And in addition to that, we are measuring permanent 1 hectare parcels for 3% of the sample. We have already measured 30 of these, and we have yet to measure some 20 more. These are parcels that have to be measured every 2 years via field work. What are the indicators that we measure? Essentially, we have general localization data, camp, conglomerate, subparcel distance, structure data, as in any inventory, such as height at breast, total height, qualitative data such as the state of the plant, if there's damages, if land has been disturbed, type of forest cover. Something that's extremely important that sometimes people don't understand, it would be botanical collections. We can't, of course, not do botanical collections if we're building a forest inventory, and we always insist that there be support from biologists or botanists. And if there is no botanist, then we still bring back samples, and the national herbariums help us to identify the samples. We work with the National Association of Herbariums. We also collect soil samples. We're measuring distant orientation, fertility, and density. And one very interesting thing when it comes to carbon is measuring wood detritus. Here we also determine their size, their nature, their degree of decay. With this material, we develop a series of indicators, and the indicators that we will have when it comes to forest cover are structure and composition. This has everything to do with the basal area, indices of diversity, Fisher, beta, gamma. All of those indices are compiled here as well. Volume. Right now, we're not doing commercial volume analysis precisely because this is one of the things that have to be done in the future. We will start handling it soon. We're also measuring biomass and carbon. In fact, we've already produced the first reference levels for the country, and we have published our first preliminary results in terms of biomass and carbon. So forest diversity, and all the issues of changes. We won't see it that immediately in the first implementation cycle, but in the future, we will start having to measure mortality. These are the basic indicators in this stage of implementation. How do we do all this? What's the strategy for implementation of the forest inventory? Essentially, we coordinate between institutions, which is led by the Ministry of Environment. The ministry gives us the basic guidelines on how we ought to be working, but the general coordinator of the inventory is IDEAM. As I said, we've had amazing allies in this whole process with various Colombian institutions. When we take out a variable, we work with universities such as the Tolima, the National University, the District University. They're not only permanent allies, but they also help us to determine those methodological routes and improve them along the way. Ministry of Science, which we have been working with, the DNP, the National Planning Department, and all the NGOs, as I said. ONF Andina has been an important partner in developing the forest inventory. And the various industries. Under this coordination, we determined a figure of operational logistics, which works with the environmental research institutes. These are those operators that help us to develop this work and to do the field work. It's not only going to be research institutes. In the future, our idea for the inventory is that we can link these to sustainable development. And the National Park Service can also be a logistical coordinator in the field. This is how we feel it's most realistic to do this work, not only in technical terms, but in terms of logistics. We also have some structures. I'll show you these structures shortly, but essentially within the Institute, we have a bunch of development to be able to actually deploy this in the field. How do we do it? Well, basically through the general direction. She's always paying close attention to the inventory, and before that, the subdirector, Salinas, well, they are the ones that are in charge of guiding the development of the inventory. Within the Institute, we have a technical committee with the coordinator of the group, a technical and an administrative leader, and we have more support for contracts and administration. There's always a technical leader to control these groups. We also have a quality control group, a training and criticism group. We have to be constantly evaluating these indicators, and a technological infrastructure group. Through these, we also have a new figure, which are field supervisors that allow us to coordinate with organic regional institutions. This is where we have logistic operators, which may be research institutes, corporations, or the regional environmental authorities or NGOs. These are the people in charge of controlling all that work in the field. How do they do it? They have support groups that are technical and administrative. the people that help them to develop all the contracts. We have a regional coordinator, the focal person that works between IDEAM and the Research Institute, the person that coordinates all the technical and logistical aspects of the development. This regional coordinator is in charge of all the brigade chiefs. These are the people who actually run the work in the field. So we have the brigade chief that's supported by a botanist, a technical auxiliary who also has to be an expert in biology or forest engineering, and researchers. Researchers are members of the community that, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, support us in recognizing what is happening on the ground. They help us not only to identify the roots, but also to identify the trees that we are measuring. And that also gives us contact with the field supervisor. The field supervisor is in charge of controlling areas and making sure that the information reaches us as effectively as possible. We have determined various parts of the registry of the national inventory. Here in the photograph, you can see work that we did in Guajira. This was one of the first pilots that we ran in the Jerez River. And here you can see some of the difficulty of the work. It is, frankly, very exhausting work.
Por el tema de llevar todo lo que tiene que ver con la alimentación. Entonces, realmente, nuevamente, pues, recojo los agradecimientos a todos los profesionales que han participado. Y aquí, pues, presento una diapositiva de las personas del Instituto IAP que están trabajando con nosotros en este momento en la terminación del Pacífico.
Presenting initial stats of what was done. And with this is the initial implementation. There are three phases: the pre-operational phase, the operational phase, and the post-operational phase, all of them on field. The importance here is for us to be able to design and define how we're going to implement the logistics of this rollout. Some of the takeaways we've had across this process is that oftentimes we don't award enough importance to the pre-operational phase. And perhaps it is the most important phase, because this is where we will be not only choosing the logistics operator, running agreements, and so on and so forth. Here we're looking at the different phases, in the different properties. And in essence, this is a process, as I was saying, that is based on manuals and guidelines. There's also quality assurance to be considered and taken into account, both before and after implementing the work. And something also important contained in the governing document is the financial component. Since we don't have enough time, I won't be showing it in detail, but the financial component is very, very important because it allows for the resources to roll out the inventory and to ensure financial sustainability of the monitoring system over time. The forest inventory has several uses. It's been used for the evaluation of forest resources, which is carried out in 2020. It has also helped inform several other documents and books, and this is, in essence, the progress we've made so far. Now, even though we have 527 conglomerates, we're currently working with 618 that have been already hired, and we're missing 304. So we are at a 79.45% execution rate. These are the preliminary results, which you will be able to see in a number of publications that will be published hand in hand with Universidad Nacional, our national state university. And here you can see some of the data. I'm not going to read through all of them since we're running out of time, but initially these are families and species that have been consolidated as a result of this inventory effort. And also the biodiversity indices, amongst others, other measurements in the different regions, different natural regions that the country is made up of. I want to thank all of our allies and our partners, our partner institutions that have been working with us for more than 10 years now in this inventory, not just the operational field phase, but also the previous work and the work related to analyzing the data collected. So all of this information will soon be available on the Institute's webpage. We're working on yet another volume, and these guidelines will be published in the Institute's website. With this, I wrap up my presentation. Sorry if I went a bit over my allotted time, and thank you. This is Juan Pablo speaking. Thank you, Claudia. I ask that you please remain online as there will be some questions that people are presenting on the chat. If I may remind you that you can ask any questions you may have via the chat. We won't be able to cover all of the questions that come up because of time restrictions, but we are so pleased to have so many people with us this morning from Soledad, Cúcuta, Bucaramanga, Sucre, Amazonas, and so many other regions and places from across the country. Now, Claudia, there are a number of questions that I'd like to share with you. We have a question from Cesar Polanco. He says, "Good morning and thank you for the information. In practice, how flexible is the actual location of the conglomerates and their plots of land on the field, and how do you control for that variable?" Claudia speaking. That's a very important question. As I was saying, we run a statistical control. This control is very rigorous. Each one of the conglomerates has a georeferenced ID, which we locate on the field. What we do is we give our logistics operators a sample and also what we call an oversample. Afterwards, we follow up on whether or not they were able to collect the sample, and if not, for what reason. If they're not able to collect the sample, we do what we call an oversample, which is also chosen statistically in order to replace the points that for some reason could not be measured. There are a number of controls where a forest engineer or biologist needs to guarantee that the point isn't run and that the coordinate is exactly the coordinate that was provided by IDEAM. If there are any mistakes in that regard, the field supervisor needs to point that out. Those are the initial checks or controls. And then what we do is we verify and analyze whether or not the point matches what we had provided as a guideline. Now, it may be the case that for public security, public safety reasons, or others, the samples could not be collected, or because of plotting issues in the conglomerates. This is what we call an incomplete answer, either partially or completely incomplete. Juan Pablo speaking. It's almost 9. Before we hear from our next speaker, I will relay the last question. How does the forest inventory contribute to getting to know our tree species, and how do these fit in to the forest management systems according to the Corpa cycle and DMC definitions? Claudia speaking. Well, this variable will be available in the future cycles of the inventory's implementation. We have first a geometric analysis, but into the future we'll be able to measure how these species have grown or whether they have died. As for forest management, what we run is not exactly a review. What we do is we work jointly with our operators and with communities to define the sample that will be statistically representative so that they know how much they need to collect in the field. Based all of this, of course, on the guidelines that will be presented by the next presenter. That's how we define the inventory's methodology. Based on all of this, we start to work on the variables that will measure by the survey. We run a quality control process, and then we look at whether this is coherent with some indicators or not. This is basically what we are doing. We have worked with We've worked with the autonomous regional corporations, and this work needs to be ongoing. Thank you so much, Claudia Olarte, from the Forest Group at IDEAM. If I may remind those of you who are with us via YouTube that all questions will be resolved and answered if you send them via email to the email address that we have provided. We're going to see now a video on the National Forest Inventory.
De la mañana, 4 minutos. Gracias a todos los que están conectados a esta hora.
4 past the hour, and thank you to those of you who are with us. Now, to introduce the next panelist, we want to tell you the following. When we identify and monitor different forest types, this allows us to learn more about them. Now, the question is how to benefit from them, how to give them different uses, be it conservation or sustainable exploitation. This is what our next speaker will talk about. This is called Guidelines for forest management. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Guillermo Orlando Murcia, who works at the Forest and Biodiversity Office in the Ministry of the Environment. Good morning, Engineer Murcia. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, muy buenos días para todos.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody.
Adelante, ya puede hacer uso del tiempo.
Muchas gracias. Tal como lo señaló nuestro anfitrión, a continuación voy a compartirles a ustedes los lineamientos que desde el Ministerio
I'm going to share the guidelines that have been designed at the ministry in order to formulate how to run inventories at a national level. So what the aim has been to collect in a single document these guidelines that will allow environmental authorities and agencies to run forest inventories. And towards that end, I will share with you some points this morning.
En términos generales, vamos a comenzar a hablar de algunas generalidades sobre el tema en particular.
We're going to talk about some general aspects of this on this topic. Now, our country has always had a significant forest cover. This is what we're showing on this image here. According to latest reports, our continental area is about 69 million in forest cover, hectares, 69 million hectares. But some other areas are being managed and protected, including the national forest reservations, which are shown in yellow. There's a special area, protected area, the Macarena region. And then we have the national park system. We have the Ruma areas and some other areas that are of international interest, like Ramsar regions and some biosphere reserves. Now, regarding this vegetation covers, there is a presence of some indigenous reservations in some of these areas too.
Sobre estas mismas coberturas, pues hay algunas zonas de reserva.
Regarding these forest covers, in some of these areas are also campesina reservations, and there are some other forest areas that are not categorized under any specific management category. So, as you can see, the framework is a bit complex. We can point out that indigenous communities have about 43% of the forests under their tenure. Black communities and Afro-Colombian communities have 5.5%, and campesino reservations 2.27%. The National System for Protected Areas makes up about almost 16% of these forest cover areas, and 34% almost are state-owned lands. Now, what happens with some of these areas is the following. There's a great deal of pressure on several of them. deforestation was. Now, I won't speak about this at length. I will simply mention that there's a great deal of deforestation in the southern part of the country, and the main causes and direct causes for this situation have to do with uh, illegal illegal cropping and extensive cattle ranching, as well as illegal mining activities. Now, once we've seen how deforestation has behaved versus restoration efforts, what this graph shows is a difference between the one and the other. Deforestation is a top curve in blue. We've seen a decrease in the rate starting about 2017. If we compare the latest figure to when we first started measuring, we see a 19% reduction overall. In other words, there were 38,000 hectares that were not subjected to deforestation over these 9 years. Now, there have also been a number of restoration efforts with the support of national government and other entities, as well as environmental authorities. As this graph shows, over the last few years, the effort to increase restoration these efforts have increased to the point where we know that our goal is to be able to plant nearly 180 million trees. Surely, some of the speakers who have addressed you before me have talked about this specifically. According the framework for forest management, it's important to highlight the following. A number of guidelines have been issued over time in Colombia. Now, this isn't about presenting a historical background of the different norms and the different regulations. We simply want to focus our attention on the last 50 or 60 years of regulation. It's important to point out that forest management began to be developed towards the 1950s through the issuance of Decree 2278, where the Mining and Energy Planning Office started to tackle the issue of forest management. That is when they started to point out that it was important to move forward and to divide these forests in different categories: general interest, protected, and others. Some protected areas as well. Then in 1959, Law number 2 was issued, which made out the 7 big forest areas. And in the same fashion, Article 4 pointed out that the forests had to be submitted to a forest management plan. Then, in 1974, after issuing Decree 2811, the following was pointed out. It was pointed out that in order to rationally use forest areas, they had to be divided in 3 different categories: protected areas, productive areas or production areas, and mixed use areas. Then, with Decree 1791 from 1996, Article 38 pointed out that environmental authorities had to reserve, limit, and declare forest areas under its jurisdiction. For this, they needed to identify which were productive areas and which were protected areas. Then, in 2000, the National Forest Development Plan was issued. And that's how the document became the state policy regarding conservation and restoration of ecosystems.
En el año 2002, Ministerio de Ambiente en su momento,
2002, the Ministry of Environment, with the cooperation of the International Organization of Tropical Timber, published the first technical guide for forest management, the first and official publication of the Ministry of Environment when it comes to environmental issues. Some environmental authorities ran exercises based on these guidelines, and later, in 2007, the Ministry of Environment founded the forest law and built a proposal of forest organization. The law was declared inexable by the Constitutional Court, and however, despite that, certain environmental authorities managed to develop forest management plans based on these guidelines. Later on, in 2011,
de ese año que acogió el plan de desarrollo para el periodo presidencial 2010-2014, determinó que las áreas forestales
determined that the forest areas had to be divided into just two types, those that were protected and those that were productive. In 2015, in our country, the environmental decree was published that brought together all of these guidelines in a single document. Nowadays, through the exercise run by the Environmental Ministry in recent years, we published recently the guide that we are going to be discussing today. This is the cover of the document. It has been published on the ministry's website. It has its corresponding ISBN, and it is the result of the technical exercise that we ran with several environmental authorities over the last 4 or 5 years. It's based on a consulting exercise that the Ministry of Environment contracted the engineer Ricardo Linares to conduct. One of the products of this consulting work was a draft guide for the ministry to begin structuring the document that today we present to you. The guide, as such, contains the unified criteria, the requirements, and the procedures for forest management for each of the jurisdictions. The document itself is subdivided in 3 chapters. The first chapter approaches a general context of the evolution of forest cover, both nationally and locally. We also made progress on terms of forest cover, as well as the need to promote forest areas in the country. We also made progress in the methodological framework for research in Colombia. Here, what we're talking about are the basic principles of law, the principles that precede forest management, of how to work with other planning instruments, and how to determine the protection of forest areas. We described and developed each of the stages. Here we discuss the importance of the stages and the steps that have to be taken to make progress in forest management, the activities that we recommend, and the products that can be obtained in applying what we have developed. Similarly, we developed a proposal of thematic content. And here, I'm going to write each of the chapters that make up the guide. In our country, as I pointed out, we've always said that Colombia is a forest country by nature. It's close to 60% Close to 60% of the country is forest. And this means that we have high rates of biodiversity. We are the second most biodiverse country in the world, with more than 27,000 recognized species. Other methods of accounting indicate a little over 35,000, but this is a number that is yet to be confirmed. It's based on estimates. This great wealth also leads us to discover the state and composition of forests. That's why the exercise of the forest inventory is so important, to be able to recognize our species. Similarly, when it comes to this forest cover, there's limited forest management, and not all of the forest areas have been identified as we would like. Conflict over land use persists, and the development of the forest industry in our country is incipient compared to other countries that have less forest cover than we have and that today export a great deal of wood. So as I said, nationally, we have limited forest management. We're talking about 21.7 million hectares that have been planned out and designated. Approximately 1,200 species are threatened, according to the latest data from the Humboldt Institute and various research institutions. Of those, 407 correspond to animals and 796 to plants. Deforestation is also persisting and are frankly reducing our forests. This also goes against ecosystem services and creates difficulties when it comes to forest governance. According to studies that we have conducted, when it comes to traceability and the legality of wood in our country, well, in fact, illegality is rampant with a very high rate that affects commerce. And of course, we can also talk about the social, environmental, and economic results of this situation. So coming back to forest cover, in the regions of Colombia, Amazon has 66% of our forests, the Orinoco River Basin 3.6, the Andean region 17.8, the Caribbean 2.5, and the Pacific area 9%. My predecessors have discussed that the progress of the inventory is at close to 70%, and we hope to finish this exercise soon in order to obtain that first consolidated report on the state of the forests in our country. When it comes to forest management in our country, or forest planning, the information that I'm going to share is based on information reported by our environmental authorities to the Ministry of Environment. We request authorities to report to us whatever planning exercises they are formulating or updating in their respective jurisdictions. From this database, we understand that the country has formulated 83 forest planning exercises covering almost 60 million hectares. And you can see that here we've illustrated it on the map with the colors of the light stop, the traffic stop. Yellow ones are the ones that have plans and that for one reason or another have not been approved. The green ones have been approved, and the ones that are in red are those environmental authorities, regional environmental authorities that have not been able to advance when it comes to forest planning exercises as we would have liked. In general terms, 35% have not approved their plan, 60% have approved, and we have a small number of regional environmental authorities that have not conducted these forest planning exercises. When it comes to the number of hectares that have been subject to planning, we have to see how many have approved plans. 2.5 million hectares under planning, 33 million that have been subject to planning but not approved, 1.9 that are being updated, and 21 million hectares that have been approved. Because we do not have a technical instrument that can guide us on how to make progress when it comes to forest planning, various plans or typologies have been presented. Some have been done for a sub-basin, for an indigenous reserve, for a farming reserve, for a given region, for the entire corporation, for a departmental jurisdiction. Everything that we are working towards is to standardize these planning exercises so that they can be comparable between them and so that we can achieve, so that we can build a comprehensive plan in our country. In the second chapter, where we've made progress on the framework for forest planning, we have to underscore that we are based on certain principles that are the pillars upon which we have built our forest planning exercises. And these pillars are the political constitution, the environmental standards, the voluntary principles of forest planning put forth by the International Organization of Tropical Timber. And these principles seek to orient the activities of public administration as well as private actors with regards to the use, management, and use and conservation of forests and wildlife. It's important to underscore that the exercise of forest planning has to be undertaken with other land planning tools, such as POMCAS, POT, and HOMIWAC. What we intend is that forest planning basically become an environmental determinant for these planning exercises. It's important also to underscore that the forest reserves are subject to forest planning. And this requires us to adhere to the standards that have been published by the Ministry of Environment with regards to connectivity, conservation, ecological restoration, and landscape management. But how can we achieve this forest planning? First, we have to identify what are those exceptional areas subject to forest planning. And it would be those areas that belong to the national park system, protected areas that make up the SINAP, and other areas of significance, such as the mangroves and the páramos, or the upland moorlands. What we have to guarantee within the exercise of forest planning is that we generate the pertinent measures in the buffer zones as applicable, allowing us to harmonize the protected area with the forest areas. That determination of forest areas, we are saying that it has to be done based on legal principles that today have been established in our standards, specifically in Article 2211-17-6 and 2211-18-2 for protected forest areas, and for productive forest areas, Article 2211-17-9 of Decree 1076 that establishes zoning criteria for the given areas. Very quickly, I'm going to show you a graphic on what the cartographic exercise would look like in order to determine forest areas. We have to consider zoning criteria. In the slide, you can see the slope map in the ranges indicated by the decree. Here we can see precipitation, and here this mixes precipitation with gradients according to the criteria. Then we add the land use layer, which is class 8 soils, and then the floodable areas. the forest vocation areas. And to this cartography, we add the excluded areas, or rather we subtract them. And then you'll see something like what you see right now on the screen. So in gray, we indicate the accepted areas as well as the areas that are protected, and yellow are the productive forest areas. And the areas that aren't shaded have other vocations. In this manner, we are building and identifying forest areas for any jurisdiction and any environmental authorities. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. I'm going to jump these slides to go straight to the technical file. As I indicated, in order to create the forest planning exercise, we have to be able to run the exercise by stages, which have a logical sequence. Each of them contributes results to the next stage. It's a flexible process that allows us to begin in the most appropriate stage as a function of the state of information, acknowledging capacities and the resources available. And that is exactly what the slide is indicating. The various stages. The forest planning exercise at the ministry, we recommend that it be formulated for 8 years, and that during that period, in the 4th year, it can be reevaluated and updated. At present, I'm presenting one of the files. We are identifying what to do in this stage, what is the purpose of developing the stage, what are the steps to be taken by the environmental authority, and what products are obtained when the stage is concluded. In this manner, we can see that the environmental authorities will understand fully the methodological route to build the plan, the forest planning instrument. As we all know, the forest plan is based on the baseline, and the baseline is built from secondary and primary information. It's worth underscoring the components of the physical, flora, and socioeconomic components. These are the pillars that underscore the forest planning process. And this content at the ministry ought to be contained in any forest planning plan in the jurisdiction of any environmental authority in our country. The methodological guide is available at the ministry's website, and at the ministry, at the Office for Forests, we are available to support you and address any question that may exist when it comes to forest planning. We have run technical working groups with various environmental authorities at the national level, and through this, we have been able to provide solutions to certain questions that have come up for certain environmental authorities. So very briefly, I've shared with you the methodological guide from the ministry that we feel you ought to use for forest planning. At the moment, within the Ministry of Environment, we are evaluating the possibility that this instrument be adopted through a resolution in order to underscore the guide for forest planning and whatever plans are built from now on. Thank you very much for your time and your participation, and to the organizers. Thank you very much, Guillermo, from the Forest Office at the Ministry of Environment. We have a question before we continue with our next speaker. Sonia Borja asks, how do the forest use permissions work in indigenous and Afro-Colombian reserves?
Gracias, Sonia, por la pregunta.
Thank you, Sonia, for your question. Frankly, this isn't one of the exercises for forest management, but I can tell you that the collectively titled lands,
afrodescendientes
be they indigenous or Afro-Colombian, have to present a formal request before the environmental authority for it to be evaluated and determine whether it's viable or not for this land to be productive. There is no distinction between a request presented by any other private actor when it comes to using forest products, except that in this particular case, given that they are collective lands, this request has to be presented by the legal representative, or if it's an indigenous reserve, it has to be presented by the governor of the indigenous cabildo. That's what I can tell you. Thank you very much. We have another question from Marco Lopez, who asks whether these guides have already been shared throughout the country. Thank you, Marco, for the question. We are, in fact, working on that. Environmental authorities, from the beginning of the year, received a bulletin that the guide is available for consultation by whoever's interested when it comes to forest planning. And as I said, it's hosted on the ministry's website. However, we are planning on running regional workshops. Eventually, we will be working with the forest governance group to run some workshops in various national regions so that the environmental authorities can participate in these spaces. And in these meetings, we will be able to manage this information that is now publicly available. Thank you very much. To all the people who are still asking questions, I remind you that we have to move on to the next panel, but all of your questions will be answered. And I remind you that all of these presentations will be available. Guillermo Murcia, thank you for your presentation. Following, we will see a video about IDEAM. Deforestation is placing our natural wealth at risk. In recent years, the area covered by forests in the country has seen a significant reduction, which is why having statistical permanent information is a challenge. Now, IDEAM has a robust platform that allows for periods of time to be compared to each other so that we can see the causes of deforestation in real time. Each of these reports includes the identification of the main causes and agents of deforestation, identifying important information for controlling it. Our challenge thus far has been to increase the frequency of the reports of information in the implementation areas. Thank you all. We will appreciate if you send us your reports from the entire country. The next panel will discuss the lessons learned in the process of regional implementation, which has been implemented for 5 years, when we've made progress up to 48%. What lessons have been learned and where are we going? This is what the next panel will discuss. For that, I hand the floor to Héctor González, the technical advisor at IDEAM, who has a master's in environmental economics and a PhD in environmental science. Dr. González, thank you for joining us. Thank you, it's my pleasure. I appreciate each of the panelists who attended the seminar, your participation and your contributions when it comes to developing this panel. The panel, as we have seen, has to do with lessons learned in the process of implementing the National Forest Inventory. As you know, this is a highly important technical issue. Here we've generated knowledge on the surface and state of national forest areas, important information for monitoring and follow-up, for forest dynamics, growths of the forests, and the state of the forests, as well as the species that are present in the forests, in this kind of ecosystem, as well as understanding the supply of timber products, as well as determining the surface covered by forests in the country. With this information, as you know, we also determine the carbon stocks as part of the national reports on climate change. It's also part of the forest and carbon monitoring system. So this is an extremely important issue. You've all been participating in this, and for all those who are present, let me say that it is a statistical analysis through which we objectively register all the variables of national interest when it comes to the composition, structure, dynamics, and diversity of our forests, with the purpose of providing information that will allow users, that will give us technical and scientific information for the state of forests and for decision-making as part of the plans for managing this resource. The implementation of the national inventory promotes the participation of various institutes that make up the national environmental system, scientific institutes at the national level. This initiative has been run for approximately 5 years, and with active participation in the field. This inventory has been developed with support of various institutes, such as the Humboldt Institute, the Sinchi Institute for Amazonian Research, as well as the IAP Institute for Pacific Research, and the participation of other institutions, such as the Association of Herbariums and the National University, in overseeing this national forest inventory. So today, we have a select group of professionals and experts that are with us to be able to run this panel and have detailed technical knowledge on its implementation. Today, we are joined by Dr. Natalia Norden. She's a doctor of ecology from Toulouse University. She also has a PhD from the University of Connecticut, and she is a head researcher in basic science for biodiversity at the Institute of Biological Studies known as Alexander von Humboldt Institute. She runs research exercises in dry, tropical, and high Andean forests.
El doctor Roy González, doctor en Ciencias Biológicas de la Universidad del Rosario, investigador del Instituto Humboldt, investigador adjunto en el componente de Ciencias Básicas de la Biodiversidad, lidera una agenda de investigación principal en bosques secos en el país y apoya desde el instituto la implementación del Inventario Forestal Nacional. Nos acompaña igualmente Dairon Cárdenas. Él es biólogo botánico, trabaja en el Instituto Sinche, es coordinador del Programa de Ecosistemas y Recursos Naturales y se desempeña también como coordinador del Inventario Forestal Nacional para la Amazonía colombiana. Y tenemos el último panelista que también nos acompaña el día de hoy, Giovanni Mosquera.
Lastly, we have Giovanni Mosquera. He's a master's degree in several different universities for agroforestry design, and he is an adjunct researcher at the Institute for Environmental Studies in the Pacific region in Colombia. He also works with the Chocó Forest and the Valle del Cauca River Basin.
De los planes de ordenación de bosques. Entonces, con estos 4 panelistas.
So with these 4 wonderful panelists, we want to open this panel. And we will start by asking some questions about the technical framework for the forest inventory in the country. We have somewhere between 2 to 3 minutes to answer each one of these questions so that we may cover all that we want to cover in the allotted amount of time. First, I want to ask each one of you in the order that you were introduced, if you agree. So therefore the first question to Natalia Norden and Roy Gonzalez, who represent the Humboldt University. With your experience in implementing the National Forest Inventory, mention some of the positive aspects and the opportunities for improvement from a social, institutional, and technical perspective. With this, then, I yield to Dr. Norden, or either Dr. Norden or Dr. Roy Gonzalez. This is Natalia Norden speaking. Thank you very much for the invitation. It truly is a pleasure to be a part of this panel, and we think it's a valuable opportunity to talk about the takeaways that we've had as a result of our participation in implementing the inventory for 6 years now. Thank you to IDEAM. Thank you to our colleagues from CINCHI and IAP, or IAP. Now, to answer the question from a technical perspective, the National Forest Inventory is a very robust project with a very extensive geostatistical framework that is a result of a great deal of work on behalf of a huge team. And IDEAM has followed up with great commitment on ensuring quality of the data that is being collected as a result of this effort. So that's one thing that needs to be acknowledged and mentioned. It is also an opportunity for institutional cooperation of all institutes that are part of the national system, the SINA, IAP, as I mentioned earlier, CINCHE, Humboldt, IDEAM. So something else that the framework has done is coordinate all of these institutes' efforts. We think this is a very valuable aspect too. And to answer quickly your question and yield to my colleagues, we and I believe that from a social perspective, the work has been very significant too, whereby we have focused more and more on socializing and including communities in the territories as part of implementing the inventory. However, a number of challenges have been faced as well, because usually implementation times for the conglomerates on the field are not long enough. And so socializing some of these efforts isn't easy because we need to go to the territories. We need to explain what the IFN is, the National Forest Inventory. Um, it's not always easy for the communities to understand the return on their investment time-wise. And the challenges that they may have to face. Also, the challenges, keeping in mind the conflict that the country has had to live through over the last years, has been an obstacle, or at least a hurdle to overcome in implementing the IFN or National Forest Inventory. So it's been a challenge to ensure that the return for the communities is significant enough. Roy, would you like to add something to what I've said, or should we move on to our colleagues? Hello, this is Roy speaking. Again, thank you to the organizers, Dairon, Giovanni, Natalia, Hector, my fellow panelists. Thank you for joining me in this panel. I think it's a very valuable discussion, and I think that takeaways are going to help us improve our processes. I would simply add to what Natalia has said as follows, that the geostatistical framework and the technical framework is very robust, and the exercise of social readiness has pushed us to approach the communities and have a dialogue with them to present the initiative. And I think that several items have been strengthened institutionally regarding local capacities, local installed capacities, to ensure that we can reach areas where we don't go often for research purposes because they are natural reservations, they are far removed areas. But within the geostatistical framework, institutions have been pushed to go to areas where we wouldn't go otherwise. And I think that has had a very significant impact and has therefore magnified the value of the information that we are collecting. Thank you very much for your opinions, Natalia and Roy. Now I'd like to relay the same question to Dairon Cárdenas. Can you, from your experience in implementing the IFN, talk about some of the positive aspects and some opportunities for improvement from a technical perspective and a social perspective? And all of this speaking on behalf of Sinchi, which you present in this panel. This is Dairon speaking. Special greetings to my fellow panelists. I also want to greet my peers from IDEAM and thank you for this invitation. We face many challenges towards the future and in the present. Natalia spoke to what one would say in every case regarding the geostatistical design and how this gives us some sample points and the ability to visit new places. Let's be reminded that initially we were going to the points that were easy to access, but now, thanks to geostatistics, we are being able to reach areas that we were not able to reach. before, and this has had a significant impact in terms of sampling representation. Now, it must also be acknowledged that the initial phases were, again, as I've said, focused on places that were easier to access. And we have had historical difficulties in reaching other areas. But we need to expand our reach so that we are not running short on our samples and measurements, to ensure that we're not running short. Now, something important I'd like to point out as a success story within the IFN implementation is the following. It is the botanical and taxonomical effort. And with this, I go back 5 to 6 years, where the component, the botanical and taxonomy component was quite diluted, and it was perceived as something that generated a great deal of costs. What is true, nonetheless, is that we worked on strengthening this component, and to date, its contribution is very significant. In our taxonomy and botanical work, we found new registries in new places. For example, in the Amazon, we have found new biological specimens and understand them as being elements that support the documentation. We're talking about 1,400 species in the region and 156 first-time registries. And this is, of course, an important tool for future processes, whether we're talking about one type of monitoring or the other. And also, I'd like to point out the importance of the IFN component regarding geostatistical component and the taxonomy and botanical component. In our cooperation with colleagues from other countries, they have recognized the rigorousness and how this has decreased the level of uncertainty, and we're able to understand that through the botanical aspect, we are able to identify the species and also calculate carbon levels. Now, from an institutional perspective, as my colleagues have mentioned before me, to point out are the coordination with the different institutions that are part of the national forest systems, and also how the botanical and taxonomy component has allowed for expert botanists from different parts of the country to contribute to identify these species. Now, from a social perspective, as for contributions and opportunities for improvement, at least in the Amazon region, I would point out the following. In the process of socializing the endeavor, we have had to communicate with local communities, and something to point out is that to communicate with communities in this region, hierarchy doesn't count. Hierarchy doesn't count. It's the community as a whole. And in the prior management processes or prior consultation processes, we are pushed to show what the impact will be in these communities' territories and what is necessary to establish conglomerates. And that is how the work that has been done with the communities has been important in terms of awarding communities greater knowledge and participation. Another thing that is quite valuable as Alvaro mentioned in his question, is the following. What things are there to improve? Very well, from a technical perspective, I would mention that there is the need to have homogeneous teams working in the collection of samples in the Amazon region. We also need to work on better coordinating the different institutions' work.
Académica y de discusión frente a resultados y procedimientos. Y en el tema social creo que es
And
muy
from a social perspective, and this is something Natalia mentioned, an opportunity for improvement would be the following. To continue working with the community action boards and the communities, but furthermore, to go back to the territories after having taken the samples, after having run the inventory and the conglomerates, to go back to the communities and to share their results with them, because sometimes it's hard to approach the communities because they feel that there is no commitment on our part with ancestral knowledge, with traditional knowledge, with the territories. And most importantly, it's important that we always feedback the information that we collect. Lately, this has been a key ingredient and something that has been included in all of our minutes, whereby under no circumstance the rights of the peoples are being relinquished as a result of this work. This is important so that we may continue to go into these territories to establish conglomerates. Something that Natalia mentioned too is that we will be able increasingly to access more far removed areas. A few years back, this wasn't possible. Giovanni, I yield to you. Thank you, engineer, for your comments and your contributions. I would like to welcome engineer Giovanni and thank you for your participation. If you could, from your experience with the inventory, mention some positive aspects and some opportunities for improvement from both the technical and institutional perspectives. Giovanni speaking. Good morning to my fellow panelists, to the moderator, to all the participants. On behalf of William and the IAP, I'd like to greet all of you, and I'm happy to be speaking for the engineer today. As the Environmental Research Institute in the Pacific region, we, since 2014, have partaken in this effort, and we thereby recognize that the National Forest Inventory, or INF, is a very unique opportunity for the country at large to work jointly in collecting samples and comparing samples and discussing our strategies, but it's also an opportunity to go further, to contribute to the governance of indigenous peoples and Black communities, and to make their participation more visible, also by way of including their age-old knowledge, their traditional knowledge, especially for the proper use and management of our forests. In that regard, the IFN is an opportunity to produce information and knowledge, not just regarding the forest cover, but also our soils, our biome, the organic material, and its contribution at a regional level and at a national level in capturing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, from a technical aspect, the IAP, the institute I represent, acknowledges that the INF is an opportunity to contribute to collective efforts, as both Natalia, Roy, and Haida have mentioned. This is a very unique opportunity for Colombia. It is an opportunity to reach many of these corners where traditionally institutions, for one reason or another, have not been able to reach.
El inventario forestal nacional. Lo hace. En este orden de idea, hay que reconocer que este ha sido
We have to acknowledge that this has been a difficult exercise in economic terms, financial terms, especially being able to integrate differential concepts by the natural regions of the country, the Amazon, the Orinoco, the Pacific, where land tenure dynamics make a huge difference. And without a doubt, Guillermo mentioned this. This is configured in some 9 million hectares in the Colombian Pacific, which for the Institute goes much further and becomes the biogeographic Chocó. But for the National Forest Inventory, it not only implemented that network of parcels or conglomerates, but also the non-forest. So we believe that we are generating highly useful information for the country and we must understand this nationally, subnationally, but especially at the planning office, whose mandate it is to defend our watersheds. So the forest inventory, the progress is important when it comes to feedback and generating that knowledge and installing that technical capacity, not only among professionals and engineers and biologists and botanists, but in the community, because we consider that in the Pacific, communities ancestrally have been the ones that do their own monitoring. Under an ancestral community concept of wisdom, but sharing these techniques, sharing these instruments with the communities, not only as a strategy for raising awareness, but also as a strategy for agreement, planning, and participation, which is what would make the inventory more robust from the ethnic point of view, which would lead to a degree of sensibility in the Pacific, which leads to a relationship with the regional environmental authorities. We're talking about the CDC, the CRC, which is to say Cauca, Valle, where in our experience from 2015, as IFN, the National Forest Inventory, we have made progress in formulating the forest inventory. Thank you, Engineer Giovanni. Thank you for your contributions. Moving on to the next question. We understand that the National Forest Inventory creates certain benefits when it comes to the technical and scientific framework for the country, for the institutes, and for organizing the forests. The state of the forests as a significant portion of the national capital. However, these sorts of resources certainly have to do with the use and appropriation of the resources by the communities. So we would like to consult from the point of view of each of the institutes, what is your perception of the communities where the forest inventory and the work carried out, as well as its utility, benefits the community? Thank you, Dr. Natalia and Dr. Roy, for your participation in this question. Thank you, Alvaro. Well, I think it's a very good question, but also one that's very difficult to answer. And here I can mention, or I can use several of the elements that Byron and Giovanni mentioned. So we can connect to the former question about the social aspects. I think that there are big challenges there. I feel that answering the question about what the perception of communities is almost a captious question. There are challenges because interventions in the territory, when it comes to the inventory, are very specific but very varied. So perceptions among communities can be incredibly varied. As we saw, the approach of Sinchi, given that it's the Amazon, it's a region where the inhabitants of the forests are largely indigenous people. So I think that contact between Sinchi and the inhabitants of the territory is very different from the approach that we have in the Orinoco River Basin. And in the Caribbean, it can also be completely different. And even in the Caribbean, Guajira is very different from other departments. So it can be very different. I think there we have important challenges because there's not much space for the social ownership of knowledge and the use of the inventory. So I think here we have a mix of things. On the one hand, we go into the territory to implement something. We socialize. The brigades do their best effort to explain what this is about. But it might be something that's quite new for the communities. I don't know to what extent Colombia knows what the National Forest Inventory is. If we consider the rural, indigenous, Afro-Colombian populations, I think that perhaps the institutions could make a bigger effort to communicate what the National Forest Inventory is, what its importance is, why we're doing it, what fundamental information it might bring us in the coming years. And from there, if we open that up, perhaps when we arrive in the territory to explain to some very specific people what this is about, then there may be a foundation for the communities to understand the utility of the inventory. On the other hand, I feel that often there's also permission to access the land. So as Daidon said, at the Institute, we are very respectful. the actors are very different from one part of the country to another. Although we also have to ask for permission in indigenous reserves, so the actors are different. But sometimes it can be a matter of permission to access. So I think that that's why it's very important to return to the territory and communicate results, which presents challenges because, as Darden said, the point is sometimes 25 kilometers from where we can arrive by car. So there are important challenges. Another thing I wanted to say is that at the Institute, we've worked on a strategy of working with NGOs and local authorities. For us, this has been a vehicle to democratize this knowledge, and it has meant that these interventions in the territory, when we go and establish a precise conglomerate, it means that they're a bit more settled because at least the local communities or NGOs that are working with us support us and open the doors to take us into a territory that we don't necessarily know. And on the other hand, that knowledge remains in the territory. So perhaps there's an additional connection in the information value chain, and I think that it needs to be strengthened. Another thing I wanted to say is about the variability of actors. Sometimes we have to go and speak to municipalities, to regional environmental authorities, community action boards, sometimes the owners of the land or the indigenous communities. So I think that the perception of the actors depends on which actor we're talking about. I'll stop there for others to enrich the response. Perhaps Roy wants to say something more? Yes, I want to say something here, which is I think that the perception of the work from the perspective of the implementation on the part of communities is not just in terms of what we do with implementation, by measuring the trees, the number of species in order to be able to calculate the carbon content of forests as well as the ecosystem services that they provide, but also the added value of the communities to the forests. They understand the species in their forests very well as their function. They understand the negative effect of damaging a forest that provides them with a service such as water regulation. So I think that their perception is an exercise of monitoring and research of what these little explored places mean. But to get specific on the other point, on the utility, I think that that's where the challenge is. The utility or the perception of communities is precisely the challenge. How do we work so that the information in terms of carbon sinks, the wealth of species, the functional value of these ecosystems can be taken from our perspective to the communities with local knowledge, ancestral knowledge, and be inserted within the concept of each territory? So I think that at this point, it might be too soon to talk about the perception of the utility. But it is worth focusing on the perception of the utility. The results of the inventory lead to a gain on the part of communities for them to manage their territory. Thank you, Roy. Thank you very much for your concepts and opinion. Go ahead, Engineer Didon. What is that perception that you at the Senshi Institute have been able to gather from the communities? Thank you, Alvaro. As Natalia said, the particular character of the Amazon has to do with with everything that determines the geostatistical design of the forest inventory. So, of course, we have a model that includes prior consultation visits, where we establish contacts in the region. We have contacts with indigenous communities, with the captains, and so on. After that, we visit in person with the coordinators of the Sinchi Institute, and we go all the way till the communities. We get in touch with them. And of course, managing these permissions have to do with the characteristics of the National Forest Inventory in terms of what are the benefits obtained. And of course, what would be the challenges or the benefits for an indigenous community in order to run a joint exercise. One of the key aspects that always ends up being significant for them is arriving at an agreement that at the moment of conducting the inventory and establishing protocols, they can annex information about the indigenous names of the species that are being collected. So in terms of the approach to the exercise, I think this is a big advantage. The students of the schools will have a name of the scientific plant with the indigenous name for the plant. In fact, in several of these exercises, they have requested that other important species be identified with a scientific name. And this is one of the ways that we relate to them. Later, when the brigades arrive to measure the forest, they also have to make a presentation with the various field assistants that are going to help them set up the parcels to be measured. So this is an important approach to the exercise that results in a broad efficiency of the field agents. One point that is key in terms of the appropriation on the part of the people is that we have in our structure the makeup of our brigades, the technicians of the region, technicians trained in Inírida and Mitu. This allows us to have people from the communities that process the knowledge and the methodologies in real life in order to contribute and do follow-up on the exercises that we have carried out. This is rather interesting because these are people from the region that understand the idiosyncrasy of the regions. And of course, what we've discussed with our colleagues is that more than an institutional commitment, sending a document, which we do with each community, where we have a conglomerate, we hand over the results, a written document. It's very important to return to those communities for greater appropriation of what the forest inventory is, and for them to have some model of continuity in order to, in the future, have their commitment when it comes to the monitoring of these conglomerate points, which we expect to monitor every 5 years. Engineer Dyron, thank you very much. That's very interesting. The work you've done with communities is very interesting, especially when it comes to field measurements. I'll hand the floor to Engineer Giovanni to see if you can tell us in 3 minutes what the participation of the communities has been like when it comes to the National Forest Inventory. Yes, sir. The political and administrative structure of the country has been changing through our political constitution from 1991. The forest inventory, of course, falls into this, and it makes visible all of those instruments of administration, of natural resources, plans that the communities themselves have arranged for forest solidification, but that also through their knowledge, empirical, or their magical wisdom, have been able to identify points of interest. In this manner, the forest inventory for the ethnic communities, especially in the Choco biogeographic region, they all basically work from a strategy of participation, being able to share the methodology in a comfortable language appropriate to the context of the local community, but also involving them in the execution of the conglomerates. All of this has facilitated their participation in the exercise. But we issue a call because on many occasions,
concertar con las comunidades porque dicen, listo, ok.
We have created agreements with the communities because they say, okay, this is a work of investigation at the country level. But this is a process of economic reactivation. What good is this forest inventory? How does it contribute to food sovereignty and food security? So these are challenges that Natalia faced in her intervention. And while it's true that the costs have not been considered under that principle of economic reactivation, the National Forest Inventory does contribute to the local economic dynamic. It does it slowly, but it does it by recognizing that organizational structure of each of the structures, the governors, the community associations. They are the ones that select the investigators that join these field activities. But we go much further. We're not just talking about research. We have to recognize that there are various actors, agents of community development, which are motorcycle drivers, store owners, people who join us in building the infrastructure. So this motivates the recognition of the institutions, but of course, it also encourages us to recognize that the National Forest Inventory, when it goes to these very remote places, we have to make sure that we do not violate or degrade those social and community agreements when it comes to internal regulations and whatever goes further than that in their ethno-development plans.
Chocó biogeográfico tenemos una estrategia de socialización,
We
concertación.
have an awareness raising strategy at the sub-regional level. Let's be reminded that the Chocó region is made up of 7 different departments, more than 7 different environmental authorities. And the fact that we have municipalities and communities as well, or camps. And what this participation strategy does is that it generates trust and acknowledgement and recognition. And oftentimes we forget that these structures are in place and that they, in the end, are the ones in charge of managing and are the ones that have been able to preserve our forests in the Colombian Pacific region. Hector speaking. Giovanni, thank you very much. Thank you for your contributions. It's very interesting to hear you talk about building trust and to not forget how important trust is in our team building efforts in these far removed areas where we want to implement the IFN and where we have been implementing it. I have two more questions for you, but I will leave them in writing so that you can share your answers via email, and that we may include those questions in the event's memoirs. Now, the questions are the following. What has been the contribution and the benefit that the inventory itself has brought to your institutes that belong to the Ministry of the Environment? How has the inventory improved your management efforts and your knowledge? The second question is the following. How can we guarantee the IFN's sustainability over time? As we know, there are resources that we get for the IFN from both national and international entities. Oftentimes, these are not enough for everything that the inventory needs. And so it would be important to learn from you and hear your opinion on how the inventory's sustainability can be ensured and how the inventory can be improved. Now, for our concluding remarks, we believe that when it comes to the social, technical, and institutional view, oftentimes time is not enough to share the different impacts. Neither is it enough to raise awareness with the communities. Sometimes what we do is we first try to approach the communities to inform them on what is going to be done, but oftentimes time is not enough to be able to share not just what will be done, but also to get more feedback and give more feedback on the products and results of the inventory. Also, sometimes time isn't enough to listen to the communities and try to incorporate their age-old knowledge, their traditions, and their perception of the forests. In the same manner, it has been hard to implement the IFN for a number of reasons, because of having to travel to some of these far removed areas which are hard to access. And yet, it has been advantageous to be able to get to some of these places where we had not been able to get to previously and gather information of what is there in terms of forest inventory. We also highlight the need for institutional presence in the geostatistical framework, which allows for the institutions to be present in these regions where they were not able to be present before. There's also pointing out the botanical and taxonomical component with new registries, what the Sinchi Institute has been able to collect regarding natural species and new species. Also, the National Association of Herbal Experts and their participation in collecting this inventory. We also talked about the question of forest governance In that regard, it was mentioned that institutional presence has allowed to identify what actions local entities can carry out. And by local entities, we mean not just authorities, but also the NGOs and communities themselves. Another aspect that was mentioned, the knowledge. The knowledge regarding not just biodiversity, but also knowledge on the state and condition of the soils, carbon capturing, micromass, and so on and so forth. Also, regarding the community's perceptions, we have heard an array of ideas from each institute and from each territory, keeping in mind the specificities of each one of the communities present in different places across the country. This allows us to first understand how we can respond to the social ownership of knowledge. That's one of the main challenges that we face from a technical perspective, from a scientific perspective, from an academic perspective. We do have a certain level of knowledge and even advantage in using the information. However, the forests are where the communities are, and the communities live in the forests or by them, and they need to own that knowledge. We also agree with other processes that have been mentioned to be able to understand the inventory, to use the inventory. We also talked about how the different actors are not homogeneous because they don't all perceive the information in the same way, nor they want to use or need to use the information in the same use. And so the information needs to be able to speak to the needs of each one of the stakeholders. There's also the question of using the IFN and promoting the community's participation within the activities related to the IFN. There are other conclusions to be drawn. All of these will be included in the seminar's memoirs. I want to thank Dr. Natalia Norden, Osvaldo, Roy, Giovanni. Thank you for the work that you do in your different institutions. Thank you for recognizing the IFN as part of the National Environmental System, or SINA. And thank you for ensuring that this knowledge can be used in the different territories. Again, to the panelists, thank you. Thank you for accepting this invitation, and thank you for your contributions. Natalia speaking, thank you all for this invitation. Dairon speaking, thank you all. It has been a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Muchas gracias.
Chao, chao.
Hasta luego.
Goodbye and thank you. It is 37 past the hour. Thanks to all those of you who are still with us. Please remember that you can use the following hashtag Seminario, to share your questions. We will now have a 5-minute break for coffee or toilet or any other needs, and then we will resume. Thank you so much.
Buenos días para toda nuestra audiencia. A continuación les presento
Producción, vamos a iniciar conteo para retomar. Vamos a dar el video de pronóstico y continuamos con la presentación del director Francisco Chávez. Iniciamos conteo, por favor.
Probando.
Director Francisco, regálanos 2 minutos, producción. ¿Me están escuchando, Jonathan?
Sí, señora.
Listo. Entonces, para que iniciemos conteo, por favor.
Perfecto. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Diez de la mañana, 44 minutos. Gracias a todas las personas que siguen conectadas a esta hora. Les recordamos nuestro numeral y que todas las preguntas ustedes las pueden dejar aquí abajo.
Quarter to the hour. Welcome again, everybody. And please be reminded that you can leave your questions using the hashtag Seminario Monitoreo Forestal. We will now leave you with today's weather forecast and then come back to our agenda.
Toda nuestra audiencia. A continuación,
Good morning to our audience. This is the weather forecast for today. Rainfall in the Caribbean will take place in the southern part of Cesar and in the Urabá Gulf. San Andrés and Providencia Islands will have mostly dry weather. In the Pacific, there will be some rainfall in the western part of the country and also in Chocó. In the Andes region, we will have low rainfall in Antioquia, Caldes, and Santander. Despite dry weather in Orinoquia, some sectors in Auraca and Bichada may have light rainfall. As for the Amazon region, for Vaupés, Amazonas, and Caquetá, there will be morning rains. Lastly, capital will be partially overcast, but mostly dry. Let's now look at the active alerts. Red alert for high levels in the Cauca River from Nechi to Pinillos. Also high levels in the Magdalena River. For Guajira and Tolima, we have orange alert for possible fires. Orange alert for possible landslides in the Andean and Pacific regions as well as Caquetá, Putumayo, Casanare, and Meta. We look forward to seeing you on our networks. IDEAM is trust and prevention. Thank you. Juan Pablo speaking. We're at 10:47. Thank you for staying with us. Surely many of you have heard talk about carbon bonds, a global mechanism for the reduction of CO2 levels. This is one of the topics that will be addressed by our next panelist, Francisco Charri, who will talk about the carbon market in Colombia. He is a director for climate change and risk management at the Ministry of the Environment. Dr. Charri is a mechanical engineer and has a master's in environmental and energy engineering from La Rioja in Spain. Good morning, Dr. Charri. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all those of you who are with us this morning, joining us in this seminar that has been organized by IDEAM and which talks about the importance of the environmental sector and what actions can be implemented for climate change management. At the ministry, it is key for us to have an opportunity to talk to you openly, each one of the parts and stakeholders that are participating in today's session. I'm going to share my screen so that we can together understand the level of maturity of the carbon market in Colombia and what instruments it entails and what it means for environmental management in general. When we talk about the carbon market, we need to understand markets have two key differences. On the one hand, we have compliance markets. In other words, markets that come from a result of commitments acquired for emissions reduction over time. And this is what we would call compliance or regulated markets. In that regard, Colombia has made strides in formulating and designing our emissions commerce system according to mandate in law 1931 of 2018, whereby Colombia needs to make progress in implementing an emissions quota market. This is the result of the Kyoto Protocol, which was one of the initial, their first commitments acquired in that regard, and brought about the initial emissions transactions. Because when we talk about the carbon market, what we're saying basically is that there's an offer or supply and there's a demand. There is a service or an asset that is being supplied and someone who needs that supply to bring down greenhouse gas emissions and carbon emissions. So the idea is to connect the supply and the demand. And the transfer here or transaction here is measured in terms of units. Units understood as CO2 tons. So that's how in the market we talk about that asset that is being transacted in the market between he or she who supplies the reduction and he or she who needs the emissions reduction. So that's the first type of market. On the other hand, we have what we call the voluntary markets, when there is no mandate, no obligation. In other words, stakeholders participate in the market voluntarily. And what they do is that they're seeking other attributes or other results. And in essence, what we talk about in this market is compensation and neutralization of the carbon footprint. In other words, corporate social responsibility around appropriate environmental management endeavors. In the end, what's important here in understanding carbon markets is that this is an environment, but not an actual marketplace, if you will. It's simply the environment where supply meets demand and transactions take place between the different stakeholders and market participants. Now, after understanding what the carbon market is, we want to understand what strides Colombia has made. The beginning of this process started with the Kyoto Protocol, when the different countries came together and agreed on the reduction component, the MDL, the clean development, the mechanism adopted in Colombia. And this started to produce reductions that could be transacted or sold in some of these markets to some of the market participants who were demanding those reductions, and that's where it all started. This is just to give us a historical context of what has been happening in Colombia. This started back in 2004 and went up until 2007, after which we started to see some variability with regulations and prices. And that's how we then saw a fall in the carbon market as a result of the changes I have just mentioned. And then that's how Colombia started to participate in new international negotiations. So that's where we see the Paris Agreement in 2017, whereby Law 1844 was enshrined, which included the need to make strides in terms of emissions reductions towards the 2030 goals. So that's how we start to see a change in that trend, in that roadmap that the country had first adopted in terms of climate change management and policy design. Then, back then, the country established a rule for the markets through Law 1819. We proposed a carbon tax. In other words, a mechanism for price setting, so that on the one hand, we could discourage the use of fossil fuels, but at the same time, provide an alternative, which is the non-causation mechanism. In other words, a progressive mechanism where the tax wouldn't apply so long as the environmental aspect and carbon neutrality can be proven. So that's how we created the non-causation mechanism and the carbon tax mechanism. So what's important of these two mechanisms? That they, in essence, in Colombia, created again a demand for emissions reduction. And in doing so, provided an incentive to roll out emission reduction projects that would bring down CO2 emissions. Who were participating in this? Some passive subjects. Afterwards, and after the ratification of the Paris Agreement, the rules there became binding. And that's how we started to move forward with the climate change law in 2018. And afterwards, the regulation through Resolution 1447 of a number of key aspects through the reduction mechanism known as RENARE, and also rules that would govern the application of the non-causation mechanism and the tax mechanism for a payment based on results mechanism. So that's how we started to set a package of different rules that would inform how a market would operate in Colombia. I won't delve into the details of the carbon tax, but simply I would say that the carbon tax wants to bring down fossil fuel usage as a tax. Basically, a tariff which is set as a function of CO2 emissions according to the different CO2 emission of different fossil fuels. And it's ensuing GHG production. So it's based on a consumption unit concept, and how if they are used more, the more of a given fossil fuel is used, then more GHGs are produced and more tons are produced. and finding the equivalence in terms of prices according to the tariff. And this is a progressive tax, something to be kept in mind. It's not a fixed value, but rather a progressive value. If we were to think about this in practical terms, the tax started at 15,000 pesos, or about 5 USD per CO2 ton. Now it is higher, and it will continue to increase over time until it reaches a single fiscal unit or tax unit, UNTs as they are known. Now, as for the transactionable emissions quotas, the idea is to reduce GHGs to compensate a greater production of GHG. This is a cap and trade system. In other words, there is a cap on emissions for certain actors in certain sectors which generate a great deal of GHG emissions. These are capped, and the cap needs to be met over a certain period of time. For example, for a year's time, a given actor cannot produce more than a given number of GHGs. And if they are to go over that set limit or cap, they need to buy specific quotas to allow for that over emission. And if they buy a quota but didn't use all of that quota, they can sell whatever they have in excess to another company or another stakeholder or actor. And that's the voluntary market, like the non-causation mechanism. Non-causation is discretional. Each actor can decide whether or not they apply or not for the non-causation mechanism. If they decide to apply, they have to go to a market to buy CO2 tons, but they do this voluntarily in order to neutralize.
Aquí sí se le va a poner a ciertos actores, a ciertos sectores, unos límites a sus
In this case, we do place limits on emissions. We assign certain credits, and based on that, this will become a market. It continues to be a carbon market, and we continue to measure CO2 equivalent tons. But I simply determine whether we are fulfilling the obligation to reduce emissions. Colombia is currently designing its program, which has taken us some 12 months, where we have been establishing various institutional arrangements, mechanisms. We have identified needs to make progress in this process. And the next thing is to establish a very strong regulatory framework, developing infrastructure, because this has to be supported by technological means. Now we're moving into an implementation stage. So this whole regulatory framework is what we're working on. If we see, in this case, what the state of the art is in terms of results to see whether a carbon market is useful or not, to see whether it contributes to mitigation, some numbers to give us references. Since the non-causation of the carbon tax, which is the active mechanism that we have seen here 4,149 non-causation requests, 4,150 agents requesting to not have the carbon tax applied, saying that they have neutralized their emissions. In practical terms, we're talking about some 49.5 million tons of CO2 that have been requested to not be accounted. So what we're saying is that in this course of time, in 3.5 years, since the mechanism has been operant, we have dynamized 49.5 tons of CO2 in reductions. And this is extremely important because what this means is that if there is a real incentive for initiatives or projects that seek emissions to be developed, because there's certainly something here that is interesting, but here I would like to underscore some important issues. Of those requests, 114 initiatives, these 4,150 requests correspond to 114 projects. And of those 114 projects, 88.34% are forest and RED plus projects. So here we can see that the affectation or the effect in the Colombian market is quite significant. It's leading to forest projects, restoration, forest planting projects. In this case, this is also functioning under RED, which is to say avoided deforestation. So if these non-causation requests, these 49.7.5 tons, if we were to consider in economic terms, the equivalent in this case would be some 495 billion pesos. So we can say if this is traded in the market, then by sorting out equivalencies and recognizing what the equivalents are, this gives us an approximation of the value in terms of transactions. So what we're saying is that if we compare these transactions to what the carbon tax has been, we're saying that 1/4, in terms of equivalence, 1/4 is a value that has been traded in the carbon market. And this is interesting. This is a figure that has dynamized the economy. It has driven projects, incentivized new activities, and is translated in employment and benefits in the areas where these projects take place. We can see what we have here if we were to compare to the transactions. Here we can see the relevance of what we've got. We have an exercise where the carbon tax has had a bit impact on collection, but the model that is moving behind it means that this is an interesting exercise. If we take a look at 2021, the blue and the gray bars become almost the same size, which means that over time, we've been understanding non-causation, and therefore, the carbon market has become more important in this associated exercise related to fossil fuels in the country, underscoring its importance. In that 16% and that 2%, we are seeing that this is where the country's strong point is, and that's why it's important to promote the instruments and tools that strengthen forest management so that we have better information, better data, and better conditions for carrying out these sorts of initiatives. Within the analysis that we have been doing in the country, we have been acknowledging that the non-causation mechanism, as a voluntary market, has opportunities for improvement, and we have been identifying these opportunities. We have been conducting analyses through various surveys, discussions with various actors, and even specific working groups. All this information has allowed us to identify how we could improve the tax. Here, for instance, 10 of those issues, perhaps because of relevance or because of the ones that stand out the most in this process of analysis. Here we have functions such as clarifying the role of the actors involved or diversifying mitigation initiatives. It's not just about forest projects. Let's use other reduction such as unconventional bridges, energy efficiency, waste management, which is to say we have to begin diversifying the options for projects. We also have to close these information asymmetries. There are huge information asymmetries, both in terms of technical and in terms of commercial information. Price information is not organized. There is no concentration. There's no point in which I can establish the prices or how the prices move. So it ends up being a matter of negotiation with certain particularities. We also have to consider how this process can be systematized, how we can go deeper into public-private partnership. It's not just for private actors. It could also be the public sector. There's an important opportunity. For instance, we have to define when would the competent authorities, such as the IDEAM, make progress in terms of follow-up to implement incentives. This is something that we have to begin exploring. Or what happens if there is a lack of fulfillment when it comes to the rules that have been established? And here, a number of challenges come up in terms of how we can make progress. One of the first challenges, and one of the most important ones, has to do with the development of the regulatory framework, because the regulation becomes the reference of that reference framework. This is what will allow them to work in the best possible way. Reviewing various aspects related to emission reduction, methodological issues, additionality, various carbon standards. Also, how I can improve everything that has been developed in the projects that have been run for a long time, and some of them have been repotentiated by this non-causation mechanism. Others are working on other kinds of schemes. So the question is how we can improve all of this would allow us to improve emission reductions with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's not just about thinking about reducing emission. How do we transfer benefits to communities? This we have to do through the regulatory framework, as well as all the technical parameters. We would have to regulate Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is to say how the national carbon market will connect to this international environment that is at present being negotiated. And as part of the framework of Article 6, there are clear rules in terms of how these processes will be exchanged between countries. The issue of safeguards is extremely important. We cannot leave the communities unprotected. We have to recognize that there have to be safeguards in the territories that respond to the needs of the community, and especially that they be respected. All of this exists in the territories. Finally, this is a very important discussion in the country that has to do with titles, which is to say who has the rights over carbon and emission reductions that come from them. This factors into our regulatory framework. Here we can zoom into the forest sector that has some important needs. For instance, how can we coordinate sector policies with this exercise of emission reduction? Sometimes it would seem that emission reductions are seen just as a specific exercise to make money off of reductions in CO2 emissions, but we don't consider the fight against deforestation or other land-specific policies. So the question is how we can connect those two things so that carbon markets are seen as a support that can help channel resources in terms of forests.
Estas son discusiones de fondo que se deben dar y pues que en este momento se están avanzando en diferentes espacios técnicos, tanto de desarrollo normativo como de espacios de discusión frente a algunos instrumentos. También el fortalecimiento de la gobernanza forestal, esto es
We also
fundamental.
have to strengthen forest governance. We have to involve all the actors in this process. It's not an exercise that depends on a private actor who can show up with an innovative recipe. We're talking about governance that already exists, but has to be empowered for it to be able to manage projects and develop them and move them in the market. With clear information from IDEAM, and IDEAM has been a central pillar to work on carbon markets in Colombia because IDEAM provides the technical information that is relevant for decision making. It's also about creating the conditions for the transactions to take place in the best possible way. And I want to close by talking about how the national government has addressed this. In Colombia, we have been working on a strategy to dynamize carbon markets. And this is about market maturity. There are 4 areas of work that are key. 1, providing legal stability and credibility and confidence in the mechanism, which is to say we have to work to guarantee that the standards are transparent, that they apply to everyone, and that we are moving within a clear regulatory framework. There is a legal framework, and that lends credibility and also facilitates processes. There are other measures that we have identified that we are implementing in this exercise. We also have to build capacities. There's no point in having a carbon market that works, having a major structure, if nobody understands it. Especially when it comes to building capacity to understand how the market works, but also how the emission reductions originate, so that people can understand this and understand how there are opportunities related to mitigation. We can also improve the technical capacities, improve understanding, and this will allow us to consider the maturity of the market. So that's the second line of work. The third is to facilitate the operation of the market. It's not easy to set up this mechanism. We have to develop many mechanisms. There are many steps. So what we have to do is turn this into a mechanism that facilitates the exercise not only of emission reduction, but in the very exercise of transaction. So here, we're talking about establishing through various mechanisms tools that facilitate interaction, and especially under conditions that are very secure for the parties. Finally, having governance on these mechanisms. There's still a need to have strong institutions, robust institutions that facilitate the various institutions and that have a role. So quite quickly, here we see that the last step or the last point has to do with the expenses. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. That's my presentation. Thank you very much, Sherry. We have some questions for you. How could the carbon tax leverage the completion of the baseline of the National Forest Inventory? Well, the the carbon tax, we have to differentiate. One thing is the money that is brought in by the carbon tax, and another thing are the resources that come from the transactions from non-causation. When it comes to the carbon tax, there are specific destinations for the use of that tax. For instance, the environment. And basically, to access those resources, you present a project. So that is how the National Forest Inventory can access those funds, through those administrative mechanisms. That would be our recommendation. Thank you very much. Second question is, what are the projects that are being implemented with this carbon tax? With the carbon tax, there is a distribution. 70% has to be invested in projects in certain regions, in certain areas related to the peace process, essentially, and 25% is destined to projects for conservation and restoration and risk reduction in marine and coastal areas, which is to say environmental projects. And finally, 5% is destined for the program Herencia Colombia. So there are various projects that are being developed at present. There are 2 projects that have been presented. I don't have the precise reference at this point, but we can discuss it in terms of the answers when we move on to the request. We can give a detailed response on what those projects are. These are not projects that depend directly from the Climate Change Division. They're projects that depend on the Minister of Policies. Thank you very much, Dr. Cherry. Those were the questions. Thank you for your participation. It's already 11:20. We thank all of you who are still connected to this national annual seminar on the National Forest Inventory. All of your comments and questions are welcome on our YouTube chat. Now we move on to the next conference, and it's important to remember that the experience of community leaders is key for understanding, or rather for extending bridges between the academy and institutions, the private sector, and of course, citizens. So our next speaker will be able to speak to this as well, which is called Experiences of Community Monitoring as it is linked to forests. A warm greeting to Guillermo Rosales from the Association of Agroforestry Association in Charalá, Santander.
Sociales. Señor Rosales, buenos días, gracias por estar con nosotros.
Mr. Rosales, good morning and welcome. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to greet you. I want to thank IDEAM for this invitation. Amparo speaking. The floor is yours, Mr. Rosales. Guillermo Rosales speaking. Very well. I will now share my screen.
Bien, queremos hablarles hoy, les vamos a presentar.
Very well. What we want to present to you this morning is our experience with community monitoring linked to the knowledge of forests in the Santander region. It's called the Robles Guantiva Biological Corridor. According to some studies, some of the richest mountainous flora is located in this area. And I wanted to say this because I want to share with you that this is a reason of great pride to us. And we feel very fortunate to have the mission of taking care of this beautiful area. Beyond the Amazon, the Colombian Andes are also a huge contribution to the planet's biodiversity. We must also recognize that these strategic ecosystems are under a great deal of pressure because of the level of the population in the Andean mountains in Colombia. Now, Agro Solidaria, the institution I represent, is not an NGO. We are a community organization of small and medium-sized food producers and growers. And we have come together because we understand that we need to take care of our ecosystems. Where are we located? We are on the Gualtiba La Rusia biological corridor as defined by the yellow area pointed out in this map. Charalá municipality, Gambita, and Sino municipalities. But we also share borders with the department of Boyacá and some cities there like Duitama and Paipa. The Robles corridor begins in Villa de Leyva and goes all the way up to the northern part of Boyacá. Now, this white part that you see in the back is the Chicamocha Canyon. And we are about 2 or 2 hours and a half from Chicamocha in a cloud forest. Now, these areas I'm pointing out here are paramos. They are the roof of our ecosystems, and we are at 1,400 meters above sea level up to 4,000 meters above sea level with the different paramos that are right next to the Chicamocha Canyon, but they are our neighbors to the north. Now, why are we running these monitoring efforts? We are running them and have been running them for 10 years now. Over these 10 years, we have set a number of goals and we have learned how to walk this path. As agri-food producers, we, during the first stages, worked on what we call solidary entrepreneurial projects for the production of coffee and other produce. We then started to take interest in conservation because many of our plots of land and our properties are in preserved areas, in reservations. We then moved on to work on environmental education efforts, seeking to ensure that through this education and awareness raising, we can have the dwellers of these areas feel like they own the resources and are in charge of caring for them. And then we moved on to what we call social appropriation of knowledge and knowledge management. This is how we see that knowledge management has dynamized and accelerated our process. So thanks to all this work, we consider ourselves a place to learn and our territories to be learning territories. Again, we work under the methodology of participatory community monitoring. And that's how we are part of IDEAM's system for forest and carbon monitoring. And thanks to the joint work with IDEAM, we have been able to advance our efforts. Now, what is monitoring good for? How is it useful? And is it possible to, through monitoring, follow up on our projects, our plans, and the way in which we want to build a territory? The answer is yes, and therefore that is why monitoring is so important to us. Now, in yesterday's presentations and what we have seen so far today, there has been mention of how important communities are and their contributions are in monitoring efforts. A number of community experiences have been identified, have been highlighted and presented, and this cross-validation is very important. Our objective is to strengthen the community monitoring system in the Gualtiba-La Rusia biological corridor, and that's how we have identified different components of the monitoring effort. First, human capital, where we have our monitors who are very dedicated to their work. And we have had to run training sessions to teach our monitors how to adequately carry out the monitoring efforts. Also, the issue of equipment. Equipment that is necessary for the data to be trustworthy. Data produced as a result of the monitoring efforts. So in that regard, we have been purchasing equipment that we have seen are necessary in our efforts. We've also designed the data collection strategy. On the field, there are many things that can be monitored, and therefore we need to define exactly what will be monitored. We are talking about different measurements of our oak trees and our different trees. Every month, the monitoring team goes into the forest, collects data, registers that data, and they do all this on paper, on paper templates. But we want to move forward and be able to have the collected data be available online immediately after its collection. What we do currently is that after writing down the information on paper, the information is then uploaded onto a digital platform, which is called the Bioforum or Bioforo in Spanish. And this is to promote the systematization of the information. So the data that we're registering can be accessed on the Bioforo. And that's basically our methodology. This is how we work, and our aim is to make this system more efficient as we continue to move forward, and that the information may be available both regionally and nationally. In that regard, we have gotten in touch with the region's autonomous corporation or the local environmental authority, and the idea is to make this information available on the different platforms that have been mentioned so far as a part of the seminar. Something else that we have done is documenting and registering. We established a monitoring protocol for the 2 oak species in the area, where we have the black oak, a species that is subject to conservation efforts because it is found only in one rural area in the territory where we operate. And this special oak is present also in the Huila department. This species is protected, and it's important for us to monitor the species. It's on the UNICN's red list, so that's why we monitor it closely. We also have a set of instructions for parcel limitation. And this type of document is important because it helps communities in their monitoring process. In these graphs, I wanted to show you the templates and how they are uploaded online, and how then the data is available on the platform. The information includes specific data for each plot of land, for us, keeping in mind how we were constituted in the beginning, or how we came about. Being able to do this now is a huge achievement. Here is the URL to our webpage. Again, you can access all this information via our webpage. The information is, of course, subject to improvement, but it is, however, a huge step forward. And the information that we have been able to collect, we have been using to towards analysis purposes. The Universidad Pedagógica in Colombia has supported us in our efforts to analyze the data. They helped us establish a series of questions to ask based on the data. And their contribution has been very valuable too. And in this regard, what I want to highlight is how important it is for community organizations like ours to have a dialogue with universities and academia, so that we can feedback. Now, jointly, community monitoring needs to be supplemented with additional actions. Actions that will allow us to understand and to become more specialized in understanding our territories, understanding what other stakeholders there may be in the territory, and how we can build bridges and linkages. We see a list here, including IDEAM, national parks, the Science Ministry, and other institutions. It's important to understand how they can contribute to. It's also important that we can do cartography, that we can understand causes and agents of transformation in the territories. Based on all of this, we are able to systematize successful conservation initiatives. All of this is a result of hard and complex work. We need to ensure that we are able to bring about environmental benefits, social benefits, and financial benefits in this effort. And perhaps this may sound cliche, but we need to be able to prove that conservation does pay off. That is how we have increased our area of influence or enlarged it. And we have run systemic monitoring efforts to understand the forest as a whole. We've identified more than 100 orchid species. The local community is much more aware of the variety of orchid species in the forest. And orchids are also indicators of the state of our forests. Although not just orchids, but also frog species tell us how healthy the environment is. Now, this frog, the Andinobates virulinensis, was identified all the way back in the 80s. And there's also water monitoring so that we may comprehensively produce pieces of knowledge in each one of these areas. As we have said earlier, our challenge is ensure that the knowledge that we are gathering can afford value. And that's how we have been starting to use community monitoring as a management instrument and as an opportunity for the community to better manage its resources, especially the young. What we want is to help our young population understand that there is a place for them in this territory. In these two images, we see how the landscape is transformed depending on the time of year and the stages of the oaks in the territory. Lastly, I simply wanted to mention that we have taken on our role as the caretakers of our forests, our ecosystems, and our oaks through community monitoring. And what we want is to communicate the following message to organizations like AgroSolidaria across the entire country. We are the best partners to give continuity and sustainability to the different initiatives. We are the ones that can guarantee that these processes can continue over time. Sometimes a great deal of resources are invested for monitoring purposes, and sometimes those resources are not used properly. As community organizations, we are not capable of investing that many resources.
But if we connect, if we take ownership of this, then we will certainly achieve better results, greater efficiency. And that's why we are open to doing this work jointly, in collaboration. One last note, all of this work that we do, generating knowledge and systematizing it, We are also taking steps now that the pandemic has made us lose fear of the digital realm. We know that we can create presentations, flyers, infographics, virtual learning objects. We are taking on the challenge of generating local content that can be useful for the process. But these people that you see here are also guides for the experience of ecotourism. They are qualified to transmit all this information, all this knowledge to visitors that move in admiration when they see a farmer speak with so much affection for their territory. So without further ado, thank you for the space. And the work from here on out is quite arduous, and we hope to continue to have your support. Thank you. Thank you very much, Guillermo. This is a very beautiful presentation. We're very excited about one day coming to meet you and this place. I'm going to share with you some questions that we have received from social media. One of them is, how does AgroSolidaria link up with other experiences of community monitoring? Well, at the moment, this is quite important. In fact, IDEAM, the system of forest monitoring, has a network of participative community monitoring in the country. And based on that, we create connections with all of these sister organizations that are doing this work. It's important precisely because it's an opportunity to not feel alone. Sometimes we can feel a little unsettled by these initiatives. But this is the possibility of establishing exchanges with communities that are doing this in the south of Bolivar, Caquetá. Doing this experience exchange is very important. We have to recognize that this is a very recent process, and we have to strengthen these bonds. Thank you very much. We're also asked how many hectares you are observing and monitoring. Well, the corridor, the oak corridor, is some 153,000 hectares, but only 12,000 are protected. So most of them are in the hands of civil society, and that's why we feel that the work we do is important. Our range of influence is of some 40,000 hectares. But as a community organization, we have a direct influence over some 2,000, 2,500 hectares. All right, it's 11 in the morning and 47 minutes. We want to thank Mr. Guillermo Rosales, the coordinator and legal representative of AgroSolidaria in Charalá, Santander. Thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to continue with our seminar. We'd like to remind all of you that you can leave questions in our chat on YouTube. We also want to issue a very special thanks to our international cooperators that made this event possible. Visión Amazonia, the Embassy of Norway in Colombia, the UK Embassy in Colombia, Corporación Semana, and the International Commission from Norway known as NICFI. Now we're going to hand the floor to the next panelist. And I want to remind you that we've traditionally heard that forests are fundamentally important when it comes to storing carbon, and hence the importance of understanding how forests contribute to capturing various gases. And for that, I will hand the floor to Juan David Turriago Garcia from IDEAM. Juan David, good morning. Juan Pablo, good morning. I want to thank the team of my collaborators at IDEAM for the invitation. Very well, the floor is yours.
Quiero confirmar que están viendo
I
ya.
would like to confirm that you can see the presentation. That's right. The name of the presentation is about forests as carbon sinks or greenhouse gas sinks. In order to answer your question, I'm going to work from the information that has been built at IDEAM with other organizations to follow up on greenhouse gas emissions in the country. Before showing you these results, it's important to understand the context of the reports that were generated at IDEAM and sent to the UN FCC. You are seeing a timeline of all these reports that the country has published at the convention. In the first decade of the millennium, IDEAM, along with other institutions, published the first and second national communiques summarizing how greenhouse gas emissions were going to work nationally. Later, in the second decade of the millennium, there was a new series of reports, commitments of the countries as part of the UNFCCC. And there is one report called BUR, or BUR. The countries are divided into Annex 1 and Annex 2. Annex 1 are developing countries such as Colombia. These countries are committed to producing a periodic, rigorous report of emission behavior in order to try to show their results in terms of climate change mitigation measures. So the first BUR report was created by IDEAM in 2015.
Compromiso de ir reportando estos inventarios cada
Since then, we've had the commitment of making this report every 2 years. So what will happen in the future? By the end of this year, we will be reporting our third biennial report with the historical series from 1990 until 2018, with the aim is to show the progress that we have made not only in reducing emissions, but in controlling them. In 2014, the agreements that were made with the various countries was that the world overall will go from having a biennial report to a biennial transparency report, and we will no longer be reporting national greenhouse gas emission inventories, but we will begin reporting explicitly those contributions to reductions, which is to say mitigation strategies. Once we take a look at these reports, we have to understand how these reports are structured and where that information comes from. For that, in the country, this is a process of several years already that has seen some evolution. In terms of climate change, we have a national climate change system that we are building continuously, and there are two specific themes here. On the one hand, it establishes a system for mitigation strategies, those reports that will reduce emissions, and on the other hand, a system that will allow us to measure adaptation to climate change, specifically for monitoring and verification, with everything that has to do with greenhouse gas reductions. There are some tools that allow us to monitor these emissions and take mitigation actions. There's the National Inventory of Greenhouse Gases, which brings together all the information on the performance of each of the sectors. There's the National Register of Emission Reductions, where we report specifically on the activities that are taking place at the national and subnational levels to reduce emissions. And you can see here on the screen 3 elements in green that are those elements that are among the goals of the 2018-2022 National Development Plan. Tools that will allow us to firstly gather information related to the forest sector, especially when it comes to natural forest cover, and finally, a list that will allow us to determine emissions by sector. These 3 tools are the SNIF or SNIF, the SNBYC, which is the National System for Monitoring Forests and Carbon, as well as the National Forest Inventory, which is what we have been discussing today. These 3 elements will bring together the information necessary to follow up on emissions. Here on the screen, we can zoom into that system of monitoring and verification. And I bring it up not only because it identifies actors, because it also identifies flows of information, which, as I said, is constantly evolving and improving. If we have systems within IDEAM, but also systems or sources of information that are in other institutions, in order to consolidate a system of monitoring and verification, especially for the forest sector, it's necessary to be improving interoperability, information flows, interinstitutional agreements among the various actors that provide this information. For instance, when it comes to the forests, coordination with the agricultural sector, so therefore we have mechanisms where we periodically provide information, such as that from ICA, which has a register of forest plantations, and that allows us to organize all the information in order to see clearly how the forest sector is doing in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and how it's doing in terms of mitigation measures. In addition to identifying processes, improving information, and widening these channels of interoperability, the system of national reporting and monitoring has a major challenge, which is to answer not only at the national level, but with a finer grain at the local level. For this, the monitoring and reporting system supports and complements various programs at the regional level. Some are already implemented, others are being designed, and some are simply being conceived of. But here you can see the scope, because the system for reporting and monitoring doesn't only correspond to national reports, it should also be able to provide specific characteristics for each of these programs. At the same time, these programs have allowed us to finance various systems that generate information. One clear example of this is the sustainable landscapes for Orinoquia, which you can see here in this yellow oval. Through international cooperation funds, we managed to gather enough resources to implement the National Forest Inventory in this Orinoco region, which corresponds to the 4 departments, Meta, Arauca, and Vichada. This allows us to create more precise information with greater detail, but it also allows us to gradually improve those information systems that ultimately nourish the entire forest monitoring system. Now, in terms of results, what are the results that we have nowadays? The results that we have that are public and that are part of the UNFCCC correspond to the information that was handed over in the second BUR. As I said, we'll be handing over our third BUR later this year. And it'll contain information similar to what you see on screen. What the results say essentially are that of all the emissions produced from 1990 to 2014, 67% of emissions correspond to the AFOLU sector, which means agriculture, forestry, and land use. This includes emissions related to forestry. And as you can see, this sector has represented the vast majority of Colombian emissions. So how can we break down the AFOLU sector more precisely? Besides the category proposed by the UNFCCC, or the IPCC rather, which uses a method of bringing together emissions by dynamic, at IDEAM we have created a way of creating an equivalence of those categories that sometimes, for some populations, can be tricky, so that each of these sectors understands what are the contributions being made in terms of emissions, so that mitigation strategies may be developed. Here you can see the forest sector in the lowest part, where you can basically track emissions according to the characterization of the IPCC, and this gets organized by sectors, so to speak. Once that equivalence has been established, you can observe in the pie, so to speak, that's on the left, you can see what this categorization would work, how it would work. This has already been broken down in terms of sectors of the economy, and we can observe this is what we call forest land management, and it represents 33% of emissions in 2014 of the emissions produced in that year, of which 25 are associated with the process or the phenomenon of natural forest loss. This is the biggest source of emissions of the country, which is to say, that's how we produce most of our emissions, and therefore there is a priority in the country in terms of policies and mitigation measures to rein in this phenomenon. Besides that, we have emissions that correspond to 7% of the permanent forest. For audiences, these are generally emissions related to forest loss. And then we have other ones that are related to commercial forest plantations, which create carbon captures that allow us to compensate for the emissions that we create with deforestation. Specifically, for the forestry issue, we have to consider two kinds of report. On the one hand, the BUR, which are periodic evaluations that bring together this historical information, and on the other hand, the reference level, which allows us to provide follow-up to the RED strategy. The technical evaluation of BUR is a subchapter, so to speak, where we technically evaluate it. It has a unique feature. We have a process of evaluation by peers, experts that make up the commission, whose aim is to pin down certain findings in order to provide the country with a clear guidance on the improvements that should take place every 2 years in order to report emissions more precisely, more clearly to the country and to the world. In these technical evaluations, the first, which was in 2015 more or less, there were several findings. One of them was that there was partial inconsistency between reports. The other is that in the specific case of RED, or the emissions that were reported to the Commission as part of deforestation at the time, we had a subnational approach. We only reported whatever was associated with the Amazon region. So we had to improve the consistency of the information, and besides that, not only have a subnational level, but the entire country. In that process of evaluation, we overcame those two findings. We declared that the country was consistent in terms of those reports. These are consistent and they are all coming back in a clear way. In addition, we improved and took a step to improve these emissions nationally and not just subnationally. Here on the screen, you can see the evolution of the two reports. On the left, this was specifically for the Amazon region. Pardon, on the right, we have the Amazon, and on the left, we have what we had in 2020, which is in process of evaluation. And this created space for us to create red reports for each of the 5 natural regions of the country. At present, we are reporting what will be included in future reports when it comes to the insular areas of our country.
A partir de estos reportes se genera el seguimiento.
So the results in the reports allow us to follow up on emissions reduction. In order to monitor that reduction, the first thing that needs to be established is how we expect GHGs to behave if there were no mitigation measures implemented. And that is represented by the orange curve. If we did nothing, we would expect GHG emissions to follow the orange trend. If we were not to try to control and mitigate deforestation, if we didn't have agroforestry controls and other mechanisms that allow us to bring down GHG emissions. The blue and yellow lines represent how GHG emissions behave after the implementation of different mitigation measures. This is something that we can do for different sectors, and we see here the forecast, both for the forest sector, in other words, how the forecasts look if nothing were to be done to control deforestation. Here we see the same measure for ecosystem restoration. And what would happen if we were not to implement or improve the initiatives already in place? In this last graph, we see the same forecast, but for the
si seguimos con las tendencias normales y no generamos iniciativas.
Agroforestry system. If we were to do nothing, this is what it would look like. But we need to improve captures in the forestry sector. Additionally, for better accounting, we need not just to forecast, but also both IDEAM and the Ministry of the Environment have built a number of tools that allow for better emissions accounting. In other words, the emissions that would be produced in the absence of mitigation measures. But for example, Francisco was talking about initiatives in the voluntary market. So how will those initiatives be accounted for, and how can we know how much reduction they are yielding? What we're seeing here is a zoning map. Thanks to the SMNYB, we are able to track in each region in the country where the initiatives are located and what reductions they have yielded. Lastly, the answer to the initial question, forest lands, sinks or reservoirs for GHGs in Colombia. What we have seen is that the INF and the SMCIB, the INHEI for 2017, as will be published towards the end of the year, shows that 132,554 kilotons of CO2 are being emitted into the atmosphere, but also there are carbon captures thanks to ecological restoration efforts and other efforts. If the same trends were to remain the same, in other words, we were to do nothing, by 2030, the emissions will be reduced to some extent, but we will continue to be net GHG emitters. However, with the goals that we have set, despite deforestation in previous years, if we continue to implement the measures that have been implemented and that will be implemented by 2030, we will be producing about 10,000 kilotons of CO2 equivalent. In other words, we would still be producers, but at a much, much lower rate. And this decrease or reduction has to do with the captures that we're seeing in the bottom part of the graph. Captures related to more aggressive implementation, if you will, of ecological restoration, silvopastoral systems in cattle ranching, and the like. That was what we had for you this morning. Thank you so much for your attention, and I am looking forward to your questions. This is Juan Pablo speaking. Thank you, Juan David. We have a first question from Maria Burbano. Is there any information regarding the guadua or local bamboo inventories in Colombia? Juan speaking. There are specific studies in that regard that the sector itself has produced, but as regards GHG emissions for guadua plantations, there is no specific measurement. Now, as I was saying, this is a process that is continuously evolving and improving. In different programs, we have a direct dialogue with the agri-food sector, and we're working on producing some reports with them. Thank you, Juan David. We want to thank all those of you who are still with us. Again, you can use the hashtag Seminario Monitoreo Forestal to present your questions. Next, we will talk to Carla Ramirez, representative of FAO. But first, we want to introduce the next topic. Why is it necessary to learn about the experiences in implementing forest inventories? In other words, what positive aspects are there to highlight, and what opportunities for improvement are there to understand? Our next panelist will give us a more global view of forest inventories. She is an advisor in monitoring of forest inventories in Latin America and the Caribbean. She's a biologist from the Guatemala University and has a master's degree in forest conservation. She will share different experiences for the implementation of forest inventories across Latin America with us this morning. Carla, you have the floor. Carla speaking. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this panel. Thank you for inviting me. I want to congratulate the speakers who have presented before me. Let me know if you can see my screen. I can see your screen, Carla. Please go ahead. Carla speaking. Very well. I'm going to share some experiences regarding national forest inventories in Latin America. You can see here how or where we stand in as a region. We are quite advanced in general terms as regards national forest inventory development. You can see that 26 countries in the region have implemented at least one action. Now, cycles 3 and cycles 2 talk about how many measurements the countries have taken. Colombia is currently in cycle 1. Other countries are in cycles 2 and 3. Other countries are still in the planning stages. What we're showing here too is the different types of design in the different countries. Thanks to collaboration efforts with forest inventory stakeholders, we have been able to collect a different set of experiences. Since 2012, IFN specialists and teams have started to meet to share experiences on their development of IFNs and the challenges that they have faced. This started in 2012 in Valdivia, but then also in Bolivia in 2014, and the most recent meetings were in Manaus in 2017 and Turrialba in 2018. The first two meetings or initiatives were promoted by an institution in Valdivia. The meeting in Bolivia was supported by the National Agrarian Research Institute in Spain, and the Manaus and Turrialba meetings were supported by Brazil's Forest Service. Interesting to highlight about these last two meetings is that as a result of these two meetings, a work agenda was launched. And what they concluded is that the best way to continue working together was by publishing a book on IFNs in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the participation of 76 authors from 21 countries. 38% women of these authors and the rest men. The book seeks to systematize experiences of IFN in Latin America and the Caribbean, to identify shared aspects and differentiated aspects, and to show the initial results as a result of trying to harmonize key variables. What we seek is the following. By publishing this book and by holding meetings every so often, we want to produce a number of benefits and impacts, positive impacts for the countries. That the statistics are more robust, that visibility of IFNs is improved, that data can be used for political decision-making at both the national and international levels, that comparability of the information is ensured because this promotes transparency, that development can be fostered, and that forest strategies can be implemented and followed up in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that there can be harmonization in the presentation of this information internationally, because several countries want to report on results to meet different international commitments. And the idea is to be able to avoid duplication or doubling of efforts. Also, they seek to foster the exchange between the countries. You can see here a summary of the different inventory designs. It has been mentioned that Colombia's IFN is quite robust and scientifically supported. Other countries have similar inventories with robust sampling that supports information. Forest inventories have the following advantage. They collect a great deal of information that can be targeted to produce different indicators. This was shown this morning in the presentation on Colombia's IFN. Then there are small areas, which are basically plots of land that are used for measurement purposes. In most countries, these are permanently used. Now, in some countries, they are used only sometimes because they have forest inventories of a single use, if you will, but some are used over several cycles. There are permanent plots, and then there are temporal plots, and this depends on each country's decision and how they want to best produce data. As you can see, the plots of land are very different because they respond to the different circumstances in each country according to how information changes and what variables were prioritized to decide on the size of the plots. Some plots are quite large because accessing these plots can be harder. So based on accessibility, the size is also determined. So there's no one single solution that can be applied across the entire region. However, the fact that the plots of land are different does not mean that the information produced is not robust enough. Yes, we can talk about harmonizing towards the future, yet harmonizing can be difficult because of what we have said so far regarding size. So there are different factors to be considered in harmonization efforts. Here, I want to show an overview of what the FAO has worked regarding harmonization. As you know, since 1948, the FAO has been producing these reports, first every 10 years, more or less, and then every 5 years. And as you can see, since the beginning, there has been a discussion how to best harmonize globally available information. This keeping in mind the lack of compatibility. That was an ongoing discussion, the issue of compatibility. Another discussion was the issue of definitions and how they impact statistics. And there was also the discussion of how to best standardize, which is different from harmonizing. In the end, since each country has its own pathway, the best thing to do is understand how things are being measured currently and how certain adjustments can be applied that may be beneficial. For example, how forests are defined. This has been one variable that has been subject to harmonization or that we have sought to harmonize. The FAO created terms and definitions in 2000 as a result of a concerted effort with national entities and agreements on the variables that are collected for this evaluation. Amongst them, the definition of forests. In more recent years, as a result of international conventions and agreements, there has been an ongoing discussion of how to reduce the amount of time over which countries need to work for reporting purposes. One such case is what is being done in Europe, where they're using a common period of time to harmonize and improve definitions. Also, evaluation and assessment efforts are being done on a single web platform. Forest inventories are one of the pillars to provide information for international reporting. We have talked about monitoring through teledetection and how forest inventories, ever since 1900s, have been measured and registered in countries like Norway, for example. Latin America, however, we started to see the first inventories in the 1970s as a result of the wood and logging industry. Starting 2000, we started to see other efforts regarding national forest inventories and how they started to take on a new path in order to provide multi-purpose information. And it was until 2008 that we started to see how national forest inventories started to support measurements related to GHG emissions. Now, teledetection-based monitoring systems started later on when we started to have greater access to satellite information in the 90s, and now they are the basis to be able to measure changes in land use. These are known as activity data. In other words, deforestation, degradation, and other information related to the state of the forests. Now, some of the challenges faced, not just in regions, but globally, is a difference in how forests are defined. What this slide does is summarize what countries have submitted to the convention for their reference levels. And the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility of the World Bank. Because the definition of what a forest is not consistent across different countries. The FRA is the Forest Resource Assessment worldwide. And what we know is that we still need to discuss how we can improve the information so that it can be compared. As for baselines submitted by the different countries for convention purposes, there are takeaways regarding national forest inventories. I talked about the definition of forests, but also how emissions need to be measured under the same thresholds set for forests as identified through satellite imagery. For forest inventories, we need to label and collect land use variables. And ideally, this needs to be linked to spatial modeling. In other words, how to better use field data, because time and money is spent on collecting this data. So we have to make sure we can use it in the best way possible so that We can use this information in the best way possible, according to what is collected from a satellite perspective as well. Now, what this means, or in essence, this is more tightly linked to what measurements are used in the region. Allometric equations to estimate biomass and volume. Other definitions that need to be harmonized is the definition of biomass itself, the size of what trees are being measured or not. For some countries, they consider trees starting at 2 centimeters in diameter, others at 10 centimeters in diameter. We also need to improve the definition of activities such as deforestation, degradation, and restoration. The harmonization process is one of the activities that we work on in this initiative. This initiative seeks to foster a network of forest inventory specialists that can have a constant or ongoing dialogue on all of these aspects in order to improve communication, to foster exchange, improve communication, produce more transparent data as per the IPCC principles. Also understand how we need to change and evolve in our monitoring to avoid ambiguities, to bring down costs, to bring down the reporting burden, and improve quality. In this harmonization process, we have had a number of working sessions, 7 altogether this year, where 21 countries have participated, of the 26 I mentioned earlier. Now, the methodology followed is the product of discussion and studying of what has been done in Europe. Spain's Agrarian and Animal Farming Institute has been generous enough to share with us those experiences in Europe. And the idea is to define 3 strategies within the definition for Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, based on that benchmark definition, the idea is to estimate the variables in order to compare, learn, improve, and recommend. Now, these statistics and definitions do not substitute national statistics. Quite the contrary, what they do is, through joint learning, help improve what is being done at a national level already, and help move towards better estimates and measurements. This is the harmonization process. In Europe, this is the process that we are following, but adjusting to the needs in our region. We have done this through questionnaires and surveys. We are identifying the thresholds. There are international definitions that are being reviewed, like the FRA. And in an interactive process, each country presents its opinions, its positions, its limitations to use one threshold or another. So in the end, a consensus needs to be reached. We're working on 3 different variables: air biomass, volume, and a third one. This shows how we are defining forests. Here we're talking about minimum height, minimum canopy, minimum surface. This is provided by the FAO, and then each country establishes their national thresholds, and we get the caps for each country according to teledetection monitoring, according to RED or FRA. As you can see, it's not always the same numbers, especially for extension.
De volumen y biomasa es un poquito más complejo.
For biomass and volume, it's a bit more complex because, as I said, the organization lacks enough volumetric measures to infer volume and biomass. So for this reason, this cannot be discussed in such detail. Here, for instance, you can see that the elements considered in the allometric functions, branches, whole tree, well, there's a lot of variation among this, and we're missing quite a bit more. A discussion on how we will arrive at a definition that is more fine, and what will be the procedures in the future or in the middle term in order to improve this information. Some preliminary conclusions are that these definitions do not change national definitions. The conditions of the various biomes are a reason for the discussion of thresholds. This refers to tropical dry forest, Andean forest, rainforests, wetlands or mangroves, and a few other special biomes. Countries also must internalize the advantages and disadvantages of a switch to smaller thresholds. Smaller thresholds could raise the cost of monitoring in large countries, but can also improve information. The change to smaller thresholds implies even a political discussion. It's important to report measurement thresholds in international reports. Measuring smaller trees implies higher costs and increases the complexity of botanical identification and the absence of equations, which is what I already mentioned. So this is all for now. I also wanted to share with you that we have divided the organization of this book in 2 volumes. The first is launched in October of this year and compiles small reports of the 21 participating countries, where we describe the story, the design of the forest inventories, as well as a brief description on how they're implemented and challenges vis-a-vis the future. This will also include reference definitions, the first experiences of harmonization, and it will be ready, or we hope it'll be ready, by 2022. And I'll close the presentation here and leave you with the context of the 4 people that have been supporting this initiative. But we have to recognize that this is a voluntary effort on the part of all the people who are responsible for inventories in the region. They are very active, and I want to congratulate them because they've all done terrific work in order to create this first volume of the inventory. Thank you very much, Carla Ramirez, advisor for National Forest Inventories for Latin America and the Caribbean at the FAO. We have a question from a citizen asking about the short-term challenges for regional implementation of forest inventories. Yes, well, the challenge is to continue these discussions between countries and to find a solution that is the best for the countries, and to be able to do this exercise. The exercise of calculating variables with this reference level will require some resources that for the moment have not been identified. We could say that there is the intention from various countries to organize this. There's something else I didn't mention because I focus more on technical issues, which is the degree of institutionalization for the inventories in the region. What this has allowed is to have the capacity for these sorts of discussions. In every country, there is always a concern for the sustainability of inventories. It's a matter of costs. Being able to show this sort of result of joint work. The point is to be able to get more resources to have more of these technical discussions. That's one of the main challenges. Achieving consensus and having resources to do this sort of work. Thank you. That's right, Carla. We have another citizen with a question on the sources of finance for the forest inventories. How can it be extended into the future? How can we make it sustainable? That is an excellent question because, as we said, it is a common concern in every country. And despite the fact that there has been good progress in institutionalization, in big countries especially, this is a challenge to maintain resources. And I think that here it works in two directions. One, following institutionalization processes and identifying sources of finance for the national budgets. There are experiences such as that in Mexico that has used its own resources for forest inventories. But now, too, there's a diminishment of the national budget, and there are difficulties to continue gathering information. So there is a readjustment required when it comes to the size of the sample. Other countries have begun the work with international cooperation, but they are small countries. It's largely small countries that are seeking the institutionalization, which is to say gathering data with personnel from the forest services. This is a challenge. But the third inventory has already been produced by Honduras. It's been done with its own personnel, which is to say with government resources. Costa Rica and Guatemala are on the same path, as well as Nicaragua. But achieving this in larger countries is a much bigger challenge. It requires major institutional agreements. And the information has to truly have economic value. It needs to be fair. It can sometimes happen that we don't invest enough in information. And it's also worth mentioning that the other way is by organizing cooperations or foreign finance to continue organizing forest inventories. That's the case of most large countries. Carla Ramirez, an advisor for national forest inventories for the FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Now, at 12:41 p.m., we want to thank all the people who continue to be connected. Thank you. We are getting ready to close today's session where we've been discussing national forest inventories. We've focused, of course, on the experience here in Colombia and the progress that we have made. We also looked at the experience of communities, what social and environmental leaders are doing in the country. We also saw a global view of what's happening in Latin America with national forest inventories in other parts of the continent. Thank you for being here, and I'd like to remind you that tomorrow at 8 in the morning, local time, we will continue discussing forests and we'll also learn about agroecological projects run by communities that we feel will be of interest to citizens, to the academy, to research institutes. And with that, we bid you a good afternoon from wherever you have dialed in.